think should have plenty of ribeye transmitted to his progeny. You like the amount of curvature to his rib cage. There's just times where he's not quite as attractive or elongated through his front end. Maybe at times he's a little bit more timid off his hind leg, but he still meets his track. He's just a bull that to me doesn't quite have that same real alertness, that same presence, particularly up front. But I love his stoutness and his power. He's certainly a wide pin and muscular individual. And then the bull that completes the class, like his length of body, you know, he's up-headed, he ties high into the point of his shoulder quite well. A bull that's got sufficient frame and performance from that regard. Just view him as being probably the narrowest constructed, lightest muscle bull in the class that tends to get just a tick shallower in terms of his shape of rib from forerib to flank.
Well, congratulations to our winners in split number 3. First place goes to entry number 2800. It's AAA 7J Minor 22M, exhibited by AAA Herefords. Second place goes entry number 2788. It's Manchester Marvel 43836M from Manchester Pulled Herefords. Third place, entry number 2782 to HMS Highcliffe Matador 33M, exhibited by HMS Highcliffe. Fourth place goes to entry number 2796, LFH Mosaic ET 265M, exhibited by Hershey Herefords and JBLC Holdings. Fifth place in this class, entry number 2790, exhibited by Warnica Land and Cattle. It's WLC Now 9M. And scratch from your catalog was $27.95. That wraps up split number 3. We're going to see the top 2 back from each one of those classes as we move into our junior division champion and reserve champion bull calf. We'd like to thank our sponsors in this junior division, Bieber Herefords and HMS Highcliffe. We've got our top 2 back from those classes. Judge Lance Leachman will evaluate, but I think first we've got some comments over on our Shorthorn side.
Yeah, absolutely. I enjoy doing these group classes, and I do think that they have their a very strong place in the show, and I'm glad that the crowd has stuck around for sure. And once you get these cattle out here, this is probably one of the more challenging decisions that I've placed upon myself, because if you're sitting ringside and you want to tie into a program, this is when you start to see the type of kind that program is chasing. And for me, I think that when you get this produce a dam, you see the similarities that a cow and a cow family can have. So I commend these exhibitors not only for bringing out the produce of dam, but the quality that is standing in this ring, and I just want to commend them on that. For our champion, I'm going to use the one that ends up having the reserve bull in it. I think that's a nice uniform pair, and then an honorable mention to our set at the front. A very nice produce a dam class.
Alrighty, our champion progeny of dam here, proudly sponsored by Ann Wender Cattle Company here. We'll go to Cold Street Farms, Flesherton, Ontario here. Before we flip things back over the Hereford side here, we're going to move into our next class, which will be our breeders herd, proudly sponsored by Bender Shorthorns here. And at this time, we'll ask a representative from Bender Shorthorns as well and Foxtail Livestock to come to ringside here, please.
We'd like to thank again our sponsors in our junior division, Bieber Herefords and HMS Highcliffe. Looks like we've got some comments from Judge Lance Leachman on our junior division bull calf class.
Well, again, I think a really strong division, and I think I've got a clear-cut option that I prefer to start, but after that, I think it becomes close between 2 or 3 different bulls, and so that's a testament to the quality of the calves that have came out in this junior division. I think they've all done a really nice job in terms of presentation, and I think in this class, there's really some neat options as far as just how they've been managed, a little bit more conservative in condition than what some of the heifers have been throughout the day, and that's certainly nice to see and reaffirming to kind of have that commitment to doing it, because it takes a lot of security and a lot of confidence to not push the shit out of them compared to what some people do. So with that, I'll go pick out a champion, and then the reserves I think are very similar, really high quality calves that I think have a lot of promise and could be implemented in some very diverse breeding scenarios based on the multitude of strengths that they present.
Well, split number 3 is going to have our champion junior. Congratulations to AAA Herefords with AAA 7J Minor 22M. He's going to be our champion junior division bull calf for the 2024 National Hereford Show.
Again, an awesome set in our Shorthorn show on the breeders' herd side of things. I again want to reiterate how important these classes are to me and my family when we're exhibiting. And I don't want you guys to think that these guys are just coming in and going through the ropes. This is an example of what these exhibitors feel are their best quality stock that they can bring out. So I do think that they deserve a tip of the cap, not only for exhibiting here at Agribition, but for bringing out quality stock year in and year out, and a group like this is sure impressive. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause. For my champion breeders herd, we'll go for the group here on the end, and then an honorable mention to the group here in the middle, but a very consistent set of cattle all the way through. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Well, thank you very much there, Judge Hertz. First, and our champion breeders herd goes to Coldstream Farms of Flesherton, Ontario. At this time, we're going to ask Ryan Bender as well to come up here too, because we have presentations for Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor. Sponsored by the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association. We will have here from the SCL Levi Hall. Presenting the Premier Breeder Award to Bender Shorehorns of Neudorf, Saskatchewan, and the Premier Exhibitor to Foxtail Livestock of Elrose, Saskatchewan. Congratulations, guys.
Well, over on our Hereford side of the ring, we want to congratulate our champion junior bull again, entry number 2800, AAA Herefords with AAA 7J Minor 22M. And our reserve champion coming out of split number 1, entry number 2793, MJT Cattle Company brings us MJT 10518 Rio ET 10M, our reserve champion junior bull calf. Congratulations to AAA Herefords and MJT Cattle Company. We'd like to really thank our sponsors in those divisions for our banners, Bieber Herefords and HMS Highcliffe, our junior division banner sponsors. We'll see those top 2 calves back in our championship class, but with the Hereford side of things, we're going to move into split number 1 in our February born bull calves. These are going to be bull calves from February 26th to February 15th. If you're marking your catalog, please scratch entry number 2817. He will not be racing today.
On the Shorehorn side of things here, we're going to get into our last class, group class, which will be our Get a Sire class. And that's proudly sponsored by Bell M Farms. And as I'm going to mention here before the end of the show here, want to recognize one more sponsor here, CN, who is the proud sponsor of the Agribition Beef Supreme on Saturday, presented by CN. We'd like to thank them for their contribution here. I look forward to seeing our champion bull and champion female from this show here compete in the prize title of Supreme Overall and a check for $10,000.
So over on our Hereford side of the ring, we're going to move again into our split number 1 of our bull calves. This is our senior division, our intermediate division bull calves. These are going to be bull calves born February 26th to February 15th. Please scratch out of your catalog under number 2817.
Well, I'm sure you guys are sick of me talking, and I know there's another show coming in here, so I won't take up too much time. I just want to reiterate how much of an honor it was to be out here to evaluate the Shorthorn show. And with that, I'd like to say thanks to not only our crew here in the ring, the marshalers out back, the crews getting these cattle through the ring, the showmen, the breeders, and the whole organizational committee here at Canadian Western Agribition for putting on a world-class event and year after year giving us a platform to market our product, on the world stage. And I think that's really a cool thing that Saskatchewan has donated and put in so much money for us to do this in the agriculture industry. So for one last time, the Shorthorn show has been awesome. Put our hands together for Agribition, the sponsors, the volunteers, everybody that makes this group tick. I'll go select your champion, get a sire.
All right, it looks like we're going to go back again to Coldstream Farms for your champion get a sire here. Congratulations. At this time, I want to thank Mr. Judge Tyson Hertz for coming out here to exhibit the cattle. He's done a astounding job informing everybody and evaluating some good quality cattle. Also like to thank everybody that's helped out from ringside to in the ring to the back. And I'd like to thank the Saskatchewan Shorthorn Association for asking us to help them out here with this day. And that'll do it for the 2024 Canadian Western Agribition Shorthorn Show. Thanks again to the sponsors. We'll get out of here, the ring here quickly, and we'll let the boys from the Charolais show get in place here.
We've got 3 more winners of our Red Coat Classic raffle winners we want to announce. As we get closer to that great grand prize winner, we've got a credit from Haraldson's Pulled Herefords. Haraldson's Pulled Herefords, that credit is won by Marlene Harvey. The Glen Lee's credit has been won by Michaela Pruntit. And our Arthur Pulled Herefords credit has been won by Jeff Lees. So I'd like to thank you very much to our donators, Arthur Pulled Herefords, Glen Lees, and Haraldson's Pulled Herefords. Congratulations to the winners, Jeff Lees, Michaela Pruitt, and Marlene Harvey. We've got one more winner in the Red Coat Classic that's still to come, the great grand prize winner. So if you haven't heard your name yet, you still have a chance. We'll announce that in a few classes, and that'll wrap up our Red Coat Classic for 2024.
Testing 1, 2. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Give us a few short moments and we'll have the Charolais show underway. Our cattle are being marshaled towards the show ring as we speak. Just stand by and we'll be on going very shortly.
Over on our Hereford side of the ring in split number 1 of our intermediate bull calves, we're going to get comments from Judge Lance Leachman.
Well, this is a relatively challenging class. I think there's, again, a lot of compromises, and you're going to have different outcomes based on where your priorities are aligned. I think in this class, a calf that, to me, rises, and I'm not going to say that he's convincing in the way that he wins the class, but I think he's just a relatively fault-free calf. Now, he makes some compromises, I think, from a performance standpoint, maybe a length of body standpoint, but the fact that he's still big-bodied, he's still got some shape to him, he's good in his testicular kind of development and carriage, and still gets out with mobility, are certainly benefits in his favor. He at times gets a little bit shorter coupled, maybe a little bit rounder out of his hip or lower in his pin placement, but I don't think it really restricts him or compromises his structural mobility. Kind of just a big brute that comes next. And I think if you talk about commercial bulls, this skirt bull really appeals to you. You know, he's long, he's got some performance to him, he's big and bodied, he's plenty of stout in terms of his muscle and bone work. Just one that I don't see a lot of real holes in, but at the same time, he doesn't just blow me away in terms of his quality or his aesthetics and you know, really having that engaging look. I think he's just a solid bull that you'd love to sell that type every day of the week, knowing that they could be used in so many different regards. Bull that comes in third, again, I love him in terms of his conservative condition and the way that he's been managed in that regard. Really long-bodied, like him for that. I think he's laid in really appropriately at the point of his shoulder. He gets out and travels quite well with ease and flex to his lower joints. I guess I question him just two regards, probably in terms of his true, you know, skeletal width from front to back. If I could power him up or just spread him apart a little bit, but probably more so just see if he had a little bit more boldness in terms of his rib cage. If he could be a nickel deeper bodied, have a little bit more flank and just fullness through his midrib, I think that'd make him a lot more competitive with that top pair of bulls. Bull that comes in next, I really like him probably from his shoulder back. I think when you stand and get on top of that bull, he's got a lot of turn to his top. He's really square and true over that advantage that he carries over his loin edge. He comes out of his hip and his hock quite nice. He's hinged really pretty attractively and still has a lot of power. There's just times that his front end bugs me, to be honest with you. I think on the stand in particular, he just gets a little bit more mature in his look, a little bit more forward and blunt in the angle to his shoulder and just the set to his shoulder. If I could just wedge him in a little bit more attractively, give him a little bit more aggressive stride and reach as he gets out of his front skeleton, I think that would sure help him. Bull that comes in next, you know, much like that second place bull, he's got a lot of really practical, pragmatic features from the standpoint of performance, length of body, you know, body dimension. He's one, again, if I could alter him through his front third, he just gets pretty jammed up for me, a little bit bolder fronted, doesn't quite have that coordination or reach out of his front skeleton, and maybe narrows up off his base, particularly from his hock down. But again, through his center body and up high, I don't mind him whatsoever. And then the bull that concludes the class, you know, he's just at a disadvantage in terms of performance, weight per day of age, and powers compared to the options ahead of him. He's a bull that still maintains his levelness and strength atop to a relatively high degree, and he's laid in smooth enough at his shoulder. Just like to give him a more confident stride as he goes off his hind leg and more general dimension from front to back.
Well, thank you very much for comments in that class. First class in split number 1 goes to entry number 2822. It's Haraldson's High Country ET 43M, exhibited by Haraldson's Pulled Herefords. Second place in that class goes to entry number 2812, Brooks Handyman 20M, exhibited by Brooks Farms. Third place goes to AAA Herefords with entry number 2820. It's AAA Maverick 12M. Fourth place, entry number 2821. It's RVP Haraldson's Magnitude 201M, exhibited by Haraldson Pulled Herefords and River Valley Pulled Herefords. Fifth place goes to Brooks Farms with entry number 2813. It's Brooks Viking 34M. Sixth place in that class goes entry number 2805, Brock Hill Matrix 7M from Brock Hill Farms. Entry number 2817 was scratched out of split number 1. So we'll see those top two calves back in our championship intermediate class, but we're going to move next into split number 2 of our intermediate bull calves. These are going to be bull calves born February 14th to February 6th. Again, February 14th to February 6th in split number 2.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Canadian Western Agribition Charolais Show. My name's Dwayne Trask, and I'll have the pleasure of making the announcements for today's show. I'll give you the placings as they're made official. I'll make the appropriate introductions, and I look forward to giving you the placings once again as they're made official here. Our judges today for the Charolais Show, Braden and Andy Schmidt. They hail from Didsbury, Alberta. Our staff include Jeff Trask, son of ours. Jeff Trask, the barn boss. Our ringmen today will be Robbie Chomiak, Daryl Peterson, Larry Debenham, and Will Brimner. Our marshallers will be Duncan Spence, Jeff Trask, Jared McTavish, and Levi Shields. Joining me here at the announcers area, we're very pleased to have Nicole Spence and Tammy Brown with us here today to make our results official. They do a great job, have for a few years in the past. Really appreciate their involvement as well. Our show assistant today will be Emily Schick and Scott Sutherland. Thank you very much to those volunteers for those presentations. We'll have a split ring here today, and we'll be very, very careful to split our announcements here with our good friends in the Hereford industry here, showing in the adjacent ring with us here today. Braden and Andy Schmidt hail from Didsbury, Alberta. Braden and Andy Schmidt, along with their son Treg, currently reside at Didsbury, and Andy and Braden work alongside Andy's parents and siblings at Westway Farms. Braden also works off-farm as a beef consultant with Bullseye Feeds. Braden and Andy are very passionate about the seed stock industry and their involvement with the family operation, Westway Farms. Westway is a mixed farming operation that consists of 700 Simmental, Angus, and commercial cows, as well as a pedigree seed operation. Their operation has a feed yard where their genetics are fed and finished annually. Westway hosts an annual bull sale every February at the farm where Simmental, Sim Angus, and Angus bulls are sold. They are very excited to evaluate the Charolais, and we're very appreciative of them stepping forward here today to judge this year's show.
Cocaine mariachi, we could do all that kind of stuff. And maybe I'd never worry that you weren't gonna love me, that I'd wake up and find you burned because I didn't have enough for you, Maria. Dance a little closer, close your eyes and don't say anything. Don't believe the sirens on.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Braden and I are very excited to be here today to evaluate the Charolais show. We start with a really strong division here on the junior side. I think 3 individuals that are really nice. I think you could go either way on the top 2 here, but Braden and I just went with the one that we think is a little longer. She's very powerful and stout-made. She's big-boned. She's fighting the halter a little bit today, so it's a little harder to see how she's getting around the ring, but I do think she's getting around a little bit better than that 1 and 2, and I maybe would just like to smoothen her out just a little bit in her joints, but a female that I think demands your attention. division. She's really nice made, and I think she's going to turn into a really nice brood cow. Next, we have one that's very powerfully made. She's very stout-boned and big. She's probably a little wider. When you get over top of her, I think one, we just like to set that tail head down a little bit. She's a little bolder in her shoulder, and I think she's just a little narrower at the ground. But two really nice females to start the class. Down in third, I think this is the youngest one of the class. I think, it's hard for her to compete in terms of power, but this is a really, really, complete made female that is pretty fault-free. She gets around the ring really nice. She's maybe just doesn't have that power and stoutness like the two. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in a nice round of applause for our first class as they leave the ring in the Charolais show. The class is led off by entry number 2447, SVY Luna 444M, exhibited by Surrey Inco Cattle Company, Maymont, Saskatchewan. Second place goes to 2449, KR Annabelle 483M, exhibited today by KR Land and Cattle Company, and KFC Charolais from Abbotsford, BC. Third place to 2450, JWX Pearl 4274M, exhibited by Wilgenbush Charolais, Hallbright, Saskatchewan. Those two animals will now automatically become our junior division champions. Our junior division champion, sponsored by Parrot Martin Charolais of Nacum, Saskatchewan, and a reserve champion, junior heifer calf, Flat Top Cattle Company of Swift Current, Saskatchewan.
On our Hereford side of the ring, we're going to get some comments here on split number 2 in our intermediate bull calves.
Well, just going to say again, you guys on the Hereford side are lucky to be able to, at times when there's a pause, watch the other show. Braden and Andy are tremendous young people that are well respected, well liked, and do a tremendous job. So it should be entertaining for you guys to be able to watch them at particular times as well. A really strong class, and this again is just going to be predicated where your breeding priorities and what your cow herd needs addressed in terms of selection criteria. Bull calf that initiates, obviously with a short tail, it doesn't help him from a balance standpoint, but he's put together quite nice. He's really dense, I think, in terms of his bone, but he's still smooth in his bone work. He poses a really convincing look from the profile, and he's just that nice combination of having some power and performance, but still not getting overwhelming in terms of what you'd expect his mature size to be. I really like how he's laid in at his shoulder, but he's still masculine about his skull. He's clean down into his sheath, and then comes out of his hip with some power and performance. So just a really nice calf. There's times where maybe he could project a little bit more boldness and squareness right behind his shoulder as you carry him down into his top line. But part of that is because he's got a really masculine front end and some spread to the top of his shoulder, although it's still laid in appropriately. Bull calf that comes in next, he's one that I think could float up and down depending where you like him. Things that strike me positively about him are his, again, condition. I think he's really appropriate and fresh in the way that he's been presented and clean up into his chest floor. I think he's a bigger statured bull, and that's what really challenged me between these two. I think there's just more potential for future growth, a little bit more youthfulness and extension from a growth curve standpoint in this guy. And I think that that's probably the biggest change in criteria that I've encountered between the two. I think he's more length of body. I think at times he hooks up stronger into his top line, and then maybe has a more attractive set to his hind leg at times. But that calf isn't near as stout, I don't think, is probably the option behind him or in front of him when you genuinely look at him from his hock to the ground in terms of base width, but he's still above average and still acceptable. This is a really good bull that comes in third, and he's got some unique attributes. You talk about one that's probably as bold and big in his rib cage as any in the class. I think he has that. If you talk about shape, I think he still has that out of his hip and into his quarter. He just strikes me as a little bit more conventional and compact. He's shorter in his cannon bone. There's times that he's shorter, more compact up front. But I love his body type, his mid-rib shape. If I could just make him a little bit bigger in his type, a little bit higher fronted, a little bit more extended up front, I think that would complement the mass and dimension that he carries from there back. Big-bodied stout bull that comes in next. Again, just a really solid bull that you think from a commercial standpoint would be highly acceptable all day long because he's got sufficient power in his underpinnings. He's big and deep in his rib cage, still goes away with plenty of stoutness. And I think the distinguishing factor between these two bulls that are still out here is structure. I think he's just so much better in the way that he transitions into his neck. I think he handles his shoulder angle more appropriately, and I think he takes a longer, more aggressive stride out of his front third. Bull that comes in next, again, I think from his shoulder back, he's one that you really do admire and respect. He's got a lot of length. He's got some plenty of performance and dimension and power. Bull to me that still gets along quite nicely out of his hip and his hind leg. He's good in his testicular development. My concern with him, and it's honestly a little bit more than what I'd really like to see, is up front. He just gets way too forward in angle to his shoulder, too forward in his knee, and he just wants to get that front end out in front of him as he strides. And if I could just lean him back in those angles, make him a little bit more acceptable from those standpoints, I think that would certainly help him because, as I said, from there back, he's quite strong. Bull that comes in next, again, I like him just in terms of his probably front two-thirds. I think it's the opposite end on him you'd like to alter. He just gets a little bit more timid, a little bit harder hitting off his rear ankle and pastern for me. A bull that I still like in terms of his shape, just wants to duck those pins a little bit, doesn't quite have that aesthetic value and quality off his hind leg. But up front, I don't mind him. I think he's quite a bit better than the bull that precedes him in class in terms of his front end integrity. Next calf with the big red eyes and the red neck. Again, he's really attractive as far as, just the pigment that he displays. He runs into a class where there's some really high quality individuals and powerful individuals, and he can't match that from a structure standpoint or just a total volume of muscle standpoint. But again, if you like the ones that are highly pigmented, going to do those type of things and still have a little bit or plenty of length, I think he's one to tie into. And then the young man here, he's a really keen young fellow doing a great job, and that's what it's all about. Very pleasant, and as he gets his bull calf out here, and ought to have a lot of pride in that bull calf because he's still a calf that's got lots of shape down his top. I think when you look at him as he gets out about the ring, he's certainly sounder than some of the other individuals for the length of stride that he takes. And as I was going to say in probably one of the speeches, this is just something for all you young people. If you're proud of what you brought for that to Agribition as far as an animal, no matter what I say or what I describe about your calf should deter you. You should be equally, if not more proud, to drop that animal off the trailer when you get home as what you did when you brought it. So great job, young man.
Well, congratulations to everyone in split number 2. First place is going to go to entry number 2802. It's Crit Foreman ET35M, exhibited by Critton and Landon Cattle. Second place is going to go to entry number 2819. The entry from AAA Herefords is AAA Moto 1M. Third place in that class, entry number 2798. The entry from Glenlee's Farms, it's Glenlee's Chief 32M. Fourth place in class goes to entry number 2809, HMS Highcliffe Farms with HMS Highcliffe Maximus ET25M. Fifth place, entry number 2816. The entry from Medonte Highlands Pulled Herefords, Abbey Hill Farms, and Top Pulled Herefords with MHPH 240J Milestone ET210M. Sixth place in class, entry number 2807 with Blair Athol, the Boss 31M, exhibited by Blair Athol Farms. Seventh place from Blair Athol Farms is entry number 2808, Blair Athol Coon 23M. Rounding out our class today, entry number 2803, Brock Hill Maverick 5M, exhibited by Brock Hill Farms. With that, we're going to see those top two calves back in our intermediate division class, but we're going to move into split number 3. These are going to be bull calves born February 5th to February 1st. But it looks like we've got some comments over on our Charolais side of the ring. Go ahead.
Well, indeed, it's a pleasure here to be sharing a ring with Lance, and we appreciate the kind words. Lance a very talented cattleman that spent some time in the States, and we're lucky to be able to learn from him in the way he sorts cattle as well. In the second class here, we start with some great deal of quality on the top two. I think these two you could split up in terms of preference, but this one that we went with just kept grabbing our attention, her overall balance and completeness. I think one that's presented highly here in the ring, which definitely helps her. She's one with lots of substance when you analyze the middle portion of her body. She's got the advantage in terms of some pop of that muscle and shape over her hip compared to the heifer in front of her. And I do think she has some advantage at the ground in the way that she is in her carcass and the width there. We were trying to decide if this heifer was sound enough for us. She was a little slower and rolly out of that front end, but I think that's one that we're just going to have to sacrifice the structure on because she has too many other high quality pieces and an overall good individual to start. The second heifer we moved to is very elegant from the side. I don't know if she has as much in terms of that middle third, and she doesn't have that spread from her hips up top down to the ground, and I think that's just where we falter here today. But overall, a good pair that starts, and then as we get further down in the class, it gets more decisive in terms of what we're after. I think that heifer in third is super elegant, feminine, ladylike. She's more leveled in her lines than some of the ones that are behind her, and that's where she finds herself over those two individuals at the bottom end of the class. But overall, one that's just very balanced, fault-free, but just doesn't have quite the pizzazz and the extras to deal with the two ahead of her. As we move down the line, two heifers that are similar. We'd like to change their tops, and in both of them, the one just gets a little broken behind her shoulder, and the other one just gets a little high on the move. Two that maybe just don't compete in the femininity and characteristic that the others have above them, but overall, a very good class with a strong individual to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Braden. Ladies and gentlemen, as this class leaves the ring, once again, let's have a nice round of applause. Class is led off by 2451 Justamere Priscilla, 221M, exhibited by Justamere Farms, Lloydminster, Saskatchewan. Second place, 2468. BRCHE MCC Rumpel Mints, 4501, exhibited by Southland Cattle of Shaunavon, Saskatchewan, and Claire Cadu. Third place, 2464, Longview Rose 77M, exhibited by Blanchette Farms of Edam, Saskatchewan. Fourth place, 2460. SHSH Madonna 64M, exhibited by Sliding Hills Charolais, Kenora, Saskatchewan. Fifth place to 2459, Hidden Lake DRD Marge 38M, exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms, Carberry, Manitoba, and DRD Charolais. We'll now move into our second split of calendar year heifer calves in our junior division. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to go on speaking forever, but Agribition is highly dependent on our sponsors, and we really appreciate a number stepping forward again this year to join us in sponsoring Agribition 2024. You might notice some guys wandering around in the barn area and that. This is our Agribition Community Foundation 50/50. Make sure you grab your 50/50 tickets today in support of the Agribition Community Foundation. Guaranteed to take home at least $25,000. Social media, make sure you follow Agribition on your favorite social media app for updates throughout the week. Labatt's is a long-term sponsor, and Budweiser is proud to support the Canadian agriculture industry and is committed to working with farmers across the country for years to come. And don't forget the trade show. Visit the sold-out trade show exhibitors area throughout the grounds. Agribition is food, shopping, and fun.
We'll get some comments here on the Hereford side of the ring with split number 3 in our intermediate bull division.
Well, class here, I think there's a little bit more structural questioning or issues in this class, to be honest with you, and there's not one that I think is perfect. There's some that are certainly better than others, and hopefully the lineup reflects that. I like this individual that starts, the nice dark red neck, fully pigmented bull. He's got a neat look to from the side. He's got some power and performance, masculinity about him, but he still is really engaging in terms of his levelness atop, his length and squareness of hip, and the way that he goes down to the ground in terms of the alignment of his angles. Now, the one angle that it does have a bit of hesitation with is at times he doesn't just sit down on his rear pastern perfectly. There's times where he hits his track really nice. There's other times where he's just got a little bit more timid approach to the surface. But really nice calf, really high quality individual past that. Bullet comes in next. You know, he sacrifices some stature and length and probably some scale and performance relative to the bulls on either side of him, but he's still a muscular calf. You get on top of him, he's really powerful, comes out of his hip and pins with plenty of spread, and he's probably as sound as what there is in this class, to be honest with you. I think he gets out and travels quite well. He doesn't have some of the deficiencies of the cattle behind him in the lineup, and that's where he kind of aligns where he does. Bull calf that comes in third, you know, he probably addresses some of the deficiencies in this calf because he is a bigger outline, longer bodied calf that's generated just that, you know, a little bit higher performing look in terms of his stature. I do like him enough from the side in terms of his balance and strength at top. There's just times where, for me, he gets pretty timid in the way that he goes off his rear ankle, just wants to set up with a little bit more rigidity in that joint, and if I could just relax him there, tense him down in that regard, it would sure help. And then at times the same off his front end, just lay him back in his shoulder a little bit, allow him to reach a little bit further. But I do like his mid body. I like him up high. I think he's got a high quality look if you could address some of those things. Bullet comes next, that's a little bit darker in color. Again, he's pretty practical. He's got a lot of shape to his rib cage in terms of depth. He comes square enough out of his hip. Just more a balance issue with him. He's a little bit deeper fronted, doesn't quite have that parallel and symmetrical look in terms of his lines from the profile, and then just doesn't have maybe the same skeletal quality. Wants to get a little bit, you know, more angular to his hock, just doesn't quite have that same nice hinged look and square look out of his hip and his hind leg relative to kind of the design of his front end. Bull calf that comes in next, you know, from, again, his hooks forward, I quite like him. He's a big, high-performing individual that's got a lot of growth, and you'd expect him to transmit plenty of performance to his progeny. He's marked really well as well. I guess my concern with him would just be off his rear skeleton. If I could make him longer and leveler, particularly out of his hip, make that pin placement a little higher, not allow him to get under himself quite as much as he does, and just give him a little bit more secure, stable, and athletic stride off his rear skeleton. Bull calf that comes next, you like him a lot on the stand. I think he's got some unique attributes because he is high in his neck shoulder attachment. He's strong and level out of his top. Looks like he's got some curvature and dimension to his stifle and hip. That bull, though, for me, again, up his front end, gets a little bit concerning in terms of structure. I read him as being a little bit narrower design than what you maybe expect. He just tends to get close at his knees, gets a little bit constricted in his chest floor in terms of width, and then consequently doesn't get out with a really long, aggressive, and athletic stride through his front third. And then the bull that completes the classic, you know, again, he's a bull calf that's got a big turn to his top. He's got some turn and curvature to his rib cage. I like those characteristics about him. Just like to reconfigure him off his hind leg, too. He's got a little bit too much set for me. Doesn't quite have that aesthetic value and that high-quality look when you look at some of the components of his balance and lines.
Well, congratulations to our winners in split number 3. First place goes to entry number 2826. Highcliff Farms brings us Highcliff Maverick ET76M. Second place in this class, entry number 2811, the entry from K-Cal Ranch in Kaylee Worsta with K-Cal Manhattan 106M. Third place, entry number 2815, A&L BL Maximus 226G 27M, exhibited by A&L Pulled Herefords and Braden Lishka. Fourth place in this class, entry number 2824, GH Desperado Mandate 21M, exhibited by Hershey Herefords. Hershey Herefords brings us fifth place, 2823, GH Insight Momentum 19M. Sixth place goes to entry number 2825, DGB Mr. Copper 2M, exhibited by DGB Farms and Parker Davis. Seventh place in this class goes to entry number 2804, Brock Hill Farms with Brock Hill Moonshine 4M. We're going to see the top two back and out of each of our splits as we move into our intermediate division champion. We'd like to thank our sponsors here of our intermediate division bull calf champion, Warnica Farms, Warnica Land and Cattle, and GWG Herefords. But while we're judging over on our Hereford side of the ring, looks like we've got some placings on our Charolais side.
Well, a really competitive class here, and I think we struggled a little in the top three. We start the class off with a female that I just love on the profile. She's extremely good looking. She's very balanced over her top. I think she's powerful enough, and she's really true at the ground. A female that's very striking and hard not to pair with a female in third. I think they paired really nice together, but I do think that one in third maybe just gets a little bit more narrower in her skeleton to design to compete with this one female. Two, Braden and I kind of went back and forth. I kept getting drawn to this female on the move. I think she's extremely functional and practical. I think this is going to be, one of those cows that does no wrong as she moves forward. She's going to produce a lot of good calves. She maybe doesn't have that striking look. She's not as clean through her chest, but a female that's very stout. She's good at the ground. When you get behind her, she's very wide, and I really, really like that female. Down in third is one that's really, really good looking and really striking in the show ring. I think she's extreme through her front end. She just gets a little bit more narrow for us and a little tighter in her loin, but I do love this one sweep to her belly. That one is really nice in the center portion of her body. She just isn't where we would like to be her in terms of skeleton. Down in third is one that's a little shorter bodied, really big middled and stout made and big boned. I'd just like to maybe clean her up a little bit in underline and maybe put that tail head down just a little bit, but a very powerful one. Rounding out the class, we have two females that maybe just don't have that show ring look and as much depth and power. One, you'd like to bring the bellies down just a little bit, but two individuals that are really long bodied. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. On the Charolais ring, ladies and gentlemen, let's send the folks back to the barn with a nice round of applause. An outstanding group there for sure. The class was led off by 2465 Longview Range 74M, exhibited by Blanchette Farms Limited of Edam, Saskatchewan. Second place to 2462 KR Laney 446M, exhibited by KR Land and Cattle Company and KFCs of Abbotsford, BC. Third place to 2453 Longview Royal 59M, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company, Grenville, Saskatchewan, and Surrey Inco Cattle Company. Fourth place 2466 Cornerview Dream Date 48M, exhibited by Cornerview Charolais of Cobden, Ontario. In fifth position 2455 Hidden Lake Meg 10M, brought to us today by Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. And sixth place 2467 BDT Magic 13M, exhibited by Temple Farms of Carrot River, Saskatchewan.
Over on our Hereford side of the ring, we're going to get some comments on our intermediate bull calf class from Judge Lance Leachman.
Well, I might talk about these quick just so I can buy myself more time to decide. And it's funny when you make them circle and it doesn't really do a darn bit of difference in the decision. So the bull calf from the first class, I liked his body shape and the shape that he's got out of his hip. He's good in his testicular suspension. There's times where he gives me a really good look up front, and then times where I just see him a little bit more juvenile and kind of awkward in the way that he's shaped into his shoulder and gets out. Now, he travels really well, but there's just times where he's a little bit more awkward sometimes in the alignment of his kind of front skeleton. But a calf that I really like in terms of his mid-body, the shape that he's got out of his quarter. Really practical bull that came second out of that class and certainly has more performance, length of body. One that you think from a commercial standpoint would certainly have a high acceptance rate for his combination of traits. The bull that came out first from the second class, I get him out here and there's times where he wants to just open up or toe out a little bit. So I wanted to put him on the move just to see how he tracks. And he gets out and tracks really nice. He still toes ahead good and true up front, meets his track. Obviously a bull calf that's got a lot of, just mass to him and the way that he opens up in his chest floor and then comes back out square out of his hip, has a really nice alignment to his hip and hind leg. The bull calf over there, he's been kind of lazy in his prepuce all day. If you could just tuck him up or, get him to suck that up. But he's a really long-bodied calf, a bull calf that at times maybe gets a little bit higher over his loin edge, maybe at times looks a little bit tighter up into his flank, but still really like his freshness, his clean condition look, and the fact that he's a bigger statured bull calf that's still got a lot of length and is going to have potential for growth. Bull calf here, he's got a really neat look in terms of his pigment and color and the fact that he's massive and masculine, has some crest to him. Bull calf that transitions nice from the backside of his blades into his forerib and mid-body, comes out of his hip good. He's really good in his alignment up front, and there's times, as I alluded to earlier, that he just gets a little bit tense off his rear pastern, but there's times where I think he flexes quite acceptable, and so that's not a major concern, just something I had to try and line out in my mind. And then the bull calf that came from that that last class, again, he's really muscular, doesn't quite have the stature, the scale, the extension of bone work that some of these other bulls have, but he's got some mass and power to him, and you appreciate that. So really a strong lineup of individuals that are going to address different concerns. It'd be interesting to know kind of what their performance data would indicate, pedigree standpoint, what you'd expect, because I think they do give you some different looks and different attributes in terms of their perceived strengths and weaknesses. But again, if you'd offer your congratulations, I'll go pick out a couple of individuals in a really tight division.
Well, let's keep those applauds going for our top two in our intermediate division here. Split number 3, our champion from HMS Highcliff Farms. It's Highcliff Maverick ET76M from Highcliff Farms is going to be our champion in our intermediate division. We're going to go to split number 2 for our reserve champion, entry number 2802, Crit Foreman ET35M from Crittenden Land and Cattle. Congratulations to Highcliff Farms with Highcliff 10Y Maverick ET76M, our champion intermediate bull calf, and a reserve champion to Crittenden Land and Cattle with Crit Foreman ET35M. We'll see those two bull calves back in our championship class. But we're going to move next into our senior bull calves, split number 1, as we continue through our National Hereford Show. Over on our Hereford side of the ring, we've got one more grand prize to announce as part of the Red Coat Classic. And our grand prize winner in our raffle draw, we'd like to congratulate Wally Pugh on our grand prize winner as part of the Red Coat Classic. Let's put our hands together and congratulate Wally on a great win as part of the Red Coat Classic. Our grand prize winner, we'd like to thank everyone that donated towards the Red Coat Classic, as well as congratulations to all the winners as we wrap up the Red Coat Classic for 2024. In our Hereford side of the ring here, split number 1 coming in. We're only going to have 3 entries in this class. Bull calves born January 29th to January 27th. Please scratch entry number 2836. He'll not be in the ring today. 3 entries into this split number 1 in our senior bull calves.
People used to tell me everything must pass. Nothing here around us is ever meant to last. Grab that light around you, hold it to your breast till it's over. Way out there in the distance, revolution bells ringing out forgiveness. Stories that they tell. The mighty Father went down and wished him well in the morning. Ain't that the way that it goes? Sometime, just when you save a little piece of your mind and got you drinking supernatural wine. Well, I read it in the magazine, read it in the Times. Everyone was tangled up, someone else's fight. The mighty Father went down and draw the line in the morning. To have a brother, well, a dreamer just like me. Guess we never really fall too far from a tree. Oh, he's got forgiveness and a house for all to see outside the city.
In the Charolais ring, class complete. Once again, our judge with his remarks.
Well, I won't hesitate in telling you that this one gave us some trouble, and we had to take some time here because, truth behold, there wasn't one in this class that just caught our attention or one that we could say we loved. And I think that gets tougher as you need to sort these in what I deem as the deepest class that we've seen today. I know we're not far into it, but these cattle are all good in their own right, and you can take all of these home and make a heck of a replacement female out of them. I think it just gets to the fundamentals of what your program needs and where you're going to sort them to the top. And I think this female in front does a lot of things right in terms of just a completeness and balance standpoint. She isn't the outlier in any one category. I do like the way she gets around the ring in terms of her structure. She's soft in terms of her pastern, which gives her advantage over some in the movement. She's adequate in terms of her base width, and that follows all the way up her skeleton and gives her enough up top. And I just think the most balanced one in a class that we had a little trouble with for sure. Rounding into second, I think this one's a little higher in frame size than some. It makes her look a little bit shallow-bodied. I just think that's the frame that she has that makes her appear that way. You could strengthen this one's top behind her shoulder to get her ahead of the one in front. But overall, just another complete, balanced female that we put in second here. Moving down the line is where it gives us real trouble. We like parts of these heifers that come in third that could get her higher if she had a little more flank, a little more capacity, one that's good in her lines. We just like to drop her down good, or a bit more. She's good in her bone work, a heifer that's real solid in terms of a lot of areas, but just doesn't quite have the pizzazz or completeness as the one above her. And then the fourth place heifer gives us the most trouble in the class. We love this heifer from her shoulders back. We wish that we could change her front end. That one's plenty thick in terms of her neck for a female and gets a little high in terms of her crest, but one that we'd like to change her front end and she'd be up at the top of the class. Rounding down to the next two at the bottom of the class, I think two good individuals in their own right, two that we'd maybe like to change in terms of the structure. The next one coming, we just like to elevate her top when she's on the standstill, and the one that rounds out the class, we just like to put a little more set into her in terms of her mobility when she gets out and move. Overall, the most challenging class of the day. Look forward to what's ahead.
Thanks, Braden. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, nice round of applause. Those folks that were exhibiting can certainly still hear it. That class was led off by 2452, Justamere Wisteria 161M, exhibited by Justamere Farms Limited, Lloydminster, Saskatchewan. Second place, 2458, Elders Pretty Lady 4112M, exhibited by Elders Charolais, Coronac, Saskatchewan. Third place, 2459, Elders Pretty Lady 4115M, exhibited by Elders Charolais, Coronac. Fourth place, 2457, Elders Pretty Lady 4111M, exhibited by Elders Charolais, Coronac. Fifth place, 2463, W2 Miss Starstruck 435M, exhibited by W2 Farms Lanigan, Saskatchewan. And rounding out the class, 2454 Hidden Lake Mabel 9M, exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms, Carberry, Manitoba. Next in the ring will be our intermediate division champions. Mike, back to our friend.
We'll get some comments here from Lance Leachman on split number 1 of our senior bull calves.
Well, we could have a family showmanship class out here between these three. I know that there is one of these gentlemen that hasn't probably shown or hasn't been quite as aggressive to exhibit as many cattle in his lifetime, but hell, he's done pretty good out here, so I got to give him credit for that. The bull calf that wins the class, he's really attractive. I like his length of body in terms of his structure. He's quite attractive and engaging. He's level and strong down his top. He's got a really long natural curvature to his hip. He's good off his hind leg, and I think those are a couple areas where he probably has the advantage over the bull in second. I like his hip and hind leg a little bit better. I think there's just a little bit more to him in terms of length and the way that he's built. I wouldn't say that the second place bull gives up anything in terms of masculinity, probably about his head and his neck. I kind of like him in that regard quite well. I think he's got enough shape right behind his shoulder. He's bold and deep in the curvature to his rib. He's just a bit more compact. He wants to get a little bit deeper down into his brisket, and he's not over conditioned, but I think he's just deeper in his brisket and kind of throws off his balance, and then he's got a little bit more set to his hind leg. Doesn't make it quite as aesthetically pleasing as what the individual that goes out has. And then the bull in third, you know, in terms of meat and potatoes, he's quite good. He's got plenty of shape and muscle. He's not deficient in that regard whatsoever. He goes to the ground with some bone. He's just more conventional in his type. He wants to kind of get a little bit high and tight in his spine, wants to drop his pins at times, doesn't hook up right behind his shoulder or transition from his shoulder into his neck and head quite as attractively, particularly as what that first individual does. But he still gets out, he meets his track, and he's got some shape and dimension from front to back.
Well, thank you very much, Lance. First place in this split number 1 of our senior class goes down to number 2828. It's Torchview Status Quo 67M, exhibited by Torchview Cattle and Goodline Farms. Second place in this class goes to Mission Ridge Herefords with 2830. It's MR24E Kings Court 41M. Third place in class goes to entry number 2831, MR24E Royal 38M, exhibited by Mission Ridge Herefords. We are going to move into split number 2 of our senior bull calves. These are going to be bull calves born January 14th to January 2nd. We've got 5 entries into split number 2 of our senior division.
Back in the Charolais ring, our judge with her remarks.
Really strong division here. I think we have 6 really nice individuals. You know, we just try to go back to basics when we're picking ones to win divisions here. You know, we're looking for those ones that are really attractive in the show ring, but, you know, ones that are going to go out and make really good cows. So 6 really good ones in here. We're going to use the 2 from the second class to win this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice round of applause. Our intermediate champion, 2465 Longview Reign, 74M, exhibited by Blanchette Ranch, Edam, Saskatchewan, and our reserve intermediate champion, 2462 KR Laney, 446M, exhibited by KR Land and Cattle Company and KFC Cattle of Abbotsford, BC. Nice round of applause for our intermediate champions as they leave the ring. I did want to mention as well our sponsors for the intermediate division, Jones Charolais of Gull Lake, Saskatchewan, and the folks at McTavish Charolais, Moosomin, Saskatchewan. Thank you very much to those two establishments for sponsoring our intermediate division.
We'll get some comments here on our Hereford side of the ring, split number 2 of our senior bull calves.
Well, again, this class just doesn't come together in a really fluid sequence, I think, in terms of an outlier that really grabs your attention. So there's some compromise, and I'll try and discuss it as good as I can. The bull that I elected to use to start, the skirt calf, there's times where he looks pretty plain and he gets maybe easy in his top and doesn't quite have the really high quality, engaging look that you could even make the case the second bull has in terms of his top line and presence. But I think fundamentally that bull is really quite good. I think if you look at him from just a commercial bull standpoint, not saying that's what he is, but he is big boned, he's big testicled, he's big middled, he's got some power and stoutness out of his hip, he's got some masculinity about his skull and his neck, and still gets out and moves, I think, with more length and athleticism probably than the second place bull does. Now, as I said, he gets a bit weak in his top at times, maybe doesn't come out of his hip just as attractively as he could, but he's, again, a fundamentally pretty good calf. And there's times where, again, the extra white on his front legs, those things are a little bit deceiving, particularly when you have one that comes next who is so heavily pigmented. And he's going to be polarizing in that standpoint. There's going to be some traditional folks that'll have a bit of pause, but he's where the industry's headed in terms of, using him on a set of semi-cows. If he was to get AI'd to them, he's a good enough bull to stay purebred, but he's pretty unique in terms of his coloration and something that I know would be very enticing for a lot of people to incorporate in their program if they have issues and have a little bit of blowback and not having enough of that in their program. When I look at him, I think of quality. I think he's got a really good look from the side in terms of his strength at top. He's, long and level out of his hip. He's a bull that I think in terms of his bone work is sufficient. He's smooth in his joints, good enough in his testicular shape. I guess when he gets out on the move, he gives me a bit of pause again. I think he just gets a little bit tighter and a little bit more forward in the angle to his shoulder. He doesn't get out and as aggressive as I'd like out of his front end. And probably the same can be said off his hind leg too. He's acceptable, but he's not stellar. I think he misses his stride just ever so slightly. If I could just give him a little bit more athleticism, a little bit more aggressive stride off both ends, I think that would do him justice because he's got a lot of unique features about him in terms of his look, his strength of lines, his parallel lines from top to bottom. Bull comes out next, again, I think from a commercial standpoint, and again, I'm not alluding to the fact that he's a commercial bull, but I'm saying from the standpoint of commercial production, he offers some really engaging attributes too. He's incredibly big-bodied and deep-bodied as some of the cattle that they've exhibited today are, and that's something you have to really respect and admire, just the easy keeping look, easy fleshing look, the pay weight that those type of cattle should offer. He's wide and powerful as he goes away from you with enough shape and spread to a skeleton. Now there's times, again, from a structure and balance standpoint, he gives me a little bit of reprieve because he does want to push into his front end. He wants to get tight in his spine at times. He wants to kind of roll into his front end and his shoulder. Just doesn't have that really relaxed, level, strong look to his top, but he's got a lot of mass, a lot of natural dimension, a lot of openness through his center body, and you certainly appreciate those characteristics. And it's clearly evident when you compare him with the next couple of cattle that come, there was just more of them. This dark red calf that's marked really well, again, has that aesthetic look that's pretty engaging in terms of his upheadedness, the fact that he's pretty long-bodied, a calf that still goes away good enough down low, but he just gets a little bit more tight in his rib shape, a little bit harder into his flank, a little bit more tucked up and tighter into his forerib, a calf that just doesn't have quite the stoutness of underpinning the dimension and performance that those class winning cattle did. And then a really good individual that the young lady takes out in the conclusion. Again, there's not much wrong with him. He's good in his body shape. He gets out and travels quite well. Just doesn't have the same overwhelming dimension that class winner does. Maybe just doesn't have the same quality and aesthetic value, again, from his hind leg in terms of his curvature and then the shape that he has up front and his neck shoulder attachment.
Well, thank you very much, Lance. In split number 2 of our senior bull calves, first place goes entry number 2837 with Stonewood Mufasa 1M from Dunsmore Family Farms. Second place goes to entry number 2833, MHPH 240J Marshall 114M, exhibited by Medonte Highlands Pulled Herefords, CNT Pulled Herefords, and Mans Pulled Herefords. Third place goes to entry number 2835, Eris Acres Rexon 24M, exhibited by Eris Acres. Fourth place goes to entry number 2829, K-Cal Mustang 25M, exhibited by K-Cal Ranch and Kaylee Worsta. Fifth place goes to entry number 2834, PBHR KM Mr. Worldwide 115K 2M, exhibited by Mans Herefords and Kennedy Mans. That wraps up our class. We're going to move in next on this Hereford side of things to our senior bull calf division champion. Top two back from each one of those classes. We'd like to thank our sponsors, Warnica Land and Cattle and GWG Pulled Herefords. We're going to turn it back over to the Charolais side of the ring. They're going to give comments on their class, and then we'll come back to Lance. Go ahead.
on the Charolais side of things here. We got a nice class, and we got four high quality individuals to start that you got to do some picking and choosing and decide where you want to put your priorities on these 4 individuals. But I think the one that starts the class just hits you with that striking silhouette from the side. I think that one's hard to make any more feminine or add any more character to. I think that one's really complete, really balanced, highly presented, and kind of ties it all together. Is she the most powerful one in the class? No, she's not. I'll be the first to admit. But I like the pieces that one has, and I like the pieces she has going forward into making a bred female and then down the road to the cow. The heifer in second has the power advantage when looking at the 2 in first and second. I think this one just maybe gets to be a little too much for us in certain areas with all the power that she does have, and one that we'd maybe like to fix her top a little bit to compete with that one above her. But a good individual in her own right. If you like more power, you're probably going to gravitate to this one a little more. We went with a structured, long-bodied, good-looking one for first. Going down the line is when you have to pick priorities and sort these to where you need some added pieces in your program. This third place heifer that comes at us, completely balanced, completely fault-free. One that maybe just doesn't have the characteristics in terms of the uniqueness as the ones the 2 above her do, but one that's going to make a good breeding piece down the road for that young lady. The man's heifer that comes in fourth, I think, is one that has the most capacity in terms of muscle and middle portion of her body. I think one, though, that just gets a little too uncomfortable in terms of her structure. It's hard to get her to park out here with a comfort level. I think one that just needs to be freed up in each side of her skeleton to move out a little freer here today, but one that you have to appreciate for the volume and capacity she has here. And then moving down the line, we get into a few different types and kinds that maybe just don't put it all together as a total package compared to the ones above. The ones that comes next is just more shallow in her flank. The one that moves down into the line, maybe just a little more terminal, looking for a female that we're after here today. We just need to make her a little more ladylike in multiple areas. And then the one that rounds out the class, we just need to add a little more performance to that heifer. Maybe level her out. She wants to run downhill in terms of that hip to shoulder structure, and maybe would lack in terms of weight per day of age compared to these contemporaries out here. But overall, very good class, a deep class, and 2 unique individuals to start it. Thank you.
Thanks, Braden. If we could have a nice round of applause for these exhibitors as they trail out the ring here. Class is led off by 2501. Harvey Miss Molson 19M, exhibited by Harvey Ranching, Olds, Alberta. Please add in your catalog Rideau, Angus Farms, and Elders Charolais. Second place, 2489 W2 Miss Starstruck 410M, exhibited by Barkay Cattle Company, Lloydminster, Saskatchewan. Third place, 2482 Elders Pretty Lady 475M, brought to us today by Elders Charolais, Coronac, Saskatchewan. Fourth place, 2488 W2 Miss Starstruck 420M, exhibited by W2 Farms, Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Fifth place to 2471 Near Miss Molly 2M, exhibited by Near Charolais, Crossfield, Alberta. Sixth place to 2500 MVY Marcy 35M, exhibited by McAvoy Charolais, Arlie, Saskatchewan. And seventh place, 2470 Near Mary Jane 1M, exhibited by Near Charolais of Crossfield. Mike, over to our friends in the Angus ring. Pardon me, the Hereford ring. Sorry about that.
We've got a Hereford judge that's going to give some comments. Lance, on our second split of senior bull calves.
Again, we've had a really nice bull calf competition today, and all the individuals should be awfully proud of the cattle that they brought out. I think they're really practical and I think can benefit a lot of folks that might be interested here to inquire about purchasing them. When it comes down to this lineup, I think it's between the 2 class winners for contention in this division. I think what it comes down to for me is just a matter of skeletal build and quality. And so with that, please offer your congratulations to these 4 exhibitors, and I'll select your champion in reserve.
Well, our senior champion is going to come out of split number 1. Congratulations to Torchview Cattle and Goodline Farms. Our senior champion bull is going to be entry number 2828. It's Torchview Status Quo 67M. Our reserve champion is going to go out of split number 2. Congratulations to Dunsmore Family Farm with entry number 2837, Stonewood Mufasa 1M. Congratulations, our champion again, to Torchview Cattle and Goodline Farms, and our reserve champion to Dunsmore Family Farms. We'll see those top 2 back in our overall grand champion bull class. We're going to take some quick pictures, and then we'll move into our bulls born in 2023, class number 21.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Charolais ring or in the auditorium altogether, good friends of particularly the Charolais business, the beef cattle business in the Saskatoon area. We're very pleased to have Norheim Ranching with us today, sponsoring the Boot Shines for Stars. Boot Shines by donation and in the hosting area here, just to our right, for a donation. Get your boots shined up. And that's brought to us today here in the Affinity Plex, sponsored by the good folks at Norheim Ranching, Lee Norheim and the gang over there. Thank you very much. We're going to have some presentations here at the break between the female and male divisions of our show here today, including the Herdsman Awards presentation. Blair's Performance Animal Nutrition is proud to present the Herdsman Awards. Performax Nutrition is focused on cow-calf operations across the prairies. Come to their booth, visit their booth in the John Deere Sale Arena. Once again, Agribition is very, very pleased to have Chevy GM sponsor us here at this year's show. For trucks that are all power and no bull, look no further than the GM and Chevrolet trucks, official partners of the Canadian Western Agribition. Connexus Credit Union is proud to be a platinum partner at Canadian Western Agribition. Stop by the Connexus watering hole in the John Deere Sale Arena for a refreshment or visit their boot team at booth 143 in the International Trade Center to find out how we can help make your financial dreams a reality. As well, at our intermission here in the Charolais show, we will also be presenting the Purebred Charolais Breeder of the Year. That announcement will be made then, as well as our 2024 SCA Saskatchewan Charolais Association Honor Scroll recipient. And add in there as well, we'll recognize our 2024 Commercial Breeder of the Year. Just to round out those presentations, we'll also present our 2024 SCA Scholarship presentations and 2024 CCA, Canadian Charolais Association Scholarship presentations. Just before I sign off here for a minute, I just wanted to make sure as well, our friends of the Canadian Charolais Association Foundation winners will be announced here at the end of the month. November 30th is the deadline for applications. We have some good ones in the queue. You're certainly welcome to present yours. Very pleased to have our friends of the Canadian Charolais Association and our Tim Bullock Memorial scholarships will be presented at the end of the month.
So over at our Hereford ring, we're into class number 21. These are our bulls born in 2023, our yearling bulls. We'd like to thank our yearling junior champion bull sponsors in this class, in this division, Lone Pine Cattle Services and Brooks Farms, our sponsors in this division champion. We've got 4 entries into this split that will be competing for our yearling champion bull. When you think of trucks and you think of Agribition, you think of Chevy GMC. For trucks that have all power and no bull, look no further than GMC and Chevrolet. Your official partners of the Canadian Western Agribition. It's great to have Chevy GMC as part of Canadian Western Agribition.
Well, a really nice duo on the top side, on the Charolais show side. The one that we used to start the class, I think, hit me really hard when she came in the ring. I think this female is very complete and balanced. When she gets out and moves, I think she tracks the best out of the class. But really, when you get behind her, she has tons of substance. She's really big-hipped and big-topped, and she's very pretty. This was a really nice female, and I think just puts it all together very easily. The heifer next in line is one that's very up-headed and kind of demands your attention. When she gets out and goes, I'm not sure she's quite as sound. She just has a little bit more set in her pasterns, but one we really like. She's long-bodied, she's very mature-looking, maybe not as much hip, but a really nice one in second. I think 3 and 4, you could go either way on these two females. We went with the one that's maybe a little cleaner on her underline, a female that's nice and big-boned and stout when you get behind her, maybe just doesn't, tie in all the pieces that we're looking for. She's maybe not as balanced and a little rounder hipped, but a really nice one in third. On to the next heifer, a really long-bodied, big hip female that maybe just doesn't have as much cleanliness in her front end, gets a little deeper in her chest floor, but a long spined one. Next in class is kind of more of a problem one. She is an outlier, I think, in size. She's really big boned and she's really stout, big through the center portion of her body. I think one that could just have a little bit more look and clean her up in her front 1/3. Two females to round off the class that I think could just spend a little bit more time on feed, maybe just a little greener compared to the other females. Some females that you could just add a little bit more width and natural substance, but a really nice class with a really nice duo on the top side.
Thanks, Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice round of applause for our exhibitors leaving the Charolais ring. That class was led off by 2492, EMB Esperance, 50M, exhibited by Danes Cattle and O'Neill Livestock, Red Deer County, Alberta. Second place to 2487. W2 Miss 33M, exhibited by W2 Farms, Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Third place to 2476. Southland Reba 49M, brought to us today by Southland Cattle of Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. Fourth place 2499. MVY Winona 19M, exhibited by McAvoy Charolais, Arley, Saskatchewan. Fifth place to 2485. Stepler DM Miss 97M, exhibited by Stepler Farms Limited of Miami, Manitoba, and Dale McKay. Sixth place 2481. PCCX Mayhem's Mistress 402M, exhibited by Perfect Choice Charolais, Weyburn, Saskatchewan. And seventh place to 2480. PCCX Material Girl 405M, exhibited by Perfect Choice Charolais, as well in Weyburn, Saskatchewan.
Over on our Hereford side of the ring, we're going to get some comments, but we want to first of all thank our sponsors in our yearling class, Lone Pine Cattle Services and Brooks Farms, our sponsors in this division. We're going to get comments from Judge Lance Leachman on these 4 yearling bulls.
Well, I think you've got two individuals that certainly separate themselves from a quality standpoint, and between the two, I still don't think it's particularly close. I think the bull calf that initiates the class to me is just a really complete, high-quality individual. I like him a bunch. I think that if you look at the slope of his scapula, he's quite a bit better than the bull that stands second, and part of that allows him, I think, to transition so much more smooth and appropriately from the backside of his blade into his top line from their back. He's just a big-bodied individual. He's long and square out of his hip. He carries that shape down nice and deep. And then when you set him in motion, I really like the angle. You can see how relaxed he is in his knee, the set that he's got to his hock. He's pretty fluid, and he really is pretty aggressive in the way that he travels. He wants to get out and really tread some ground and does a nice job of that and puts it together in an appealing package, and certainly sufficient in terms of his masculinity and muscle. Bull that comes in second, he gives you a pretty neat look because he wants to get his head up. He comes tall out of his hip. He does get easier in his top. He does get more restricted in his forerib, but he certainly at the same time has a little bit more boldness to his rib or to his shoulder, and so that junction just isn't quite as smooth as what it is in the class winner. But again, he's a bull that's got plenty of mass and muscle, goes to the ground with a big foot. He's stout enough in his underpinnings, and there's a big gap, I think, between him and and the 2 remaining cattle. 2 remaining bulls in the class, I opted for this guy. I just think there's a little bit more shape in him. I think if you look at his forearm, the way that he comes back out to his hip and to his stifle, I just read him a little bit wider, a little bit more dimensional in terms of his turn of muscle. Bull that's certainly got, you know, a good foot underneath him. He travels well. He doesn't have the same optics in terms of balance and attractiveness of his hip and hind leg and just his general physique compared to the others, but still a quality individual. And the darker bull that concludes the class, I like his length of body. You know, I like his skull and the way that he's got some shape to his crest already. He just gets a bit out of balance. He wants to kind of run downhill from his flank down into his chest. A bull that, to me, as you get up behind him, just tends to narrow up, gets a little bit closer in his pin placement, and funnels to the base of his quarter.
Well, congratulations to our yearling bulls, and our yearling champion is going to be entry number 2842. It's CSC 701 Oshato 316, exhibited by Medonte Highlands Polled Herefords, Abbey Hill Farms, Churchill Cattle Company, and CSC Cattle Company. Entry number 2843 is going to be our reserve champion yearling bull. It's RW MHPH 240J Legacy 102L, exhibited by Medonte Highlands Polled Herefords, Roots and Wings Farms, and Edenvale Polled Herefords. Third place in that class, entry number 2838, LVSK Lumen 3L, exhibited by Brock Hill Farms. And running another class, entry number 2839, it's TEG 22H, Ricky Bobby 335L, exhibited by Heidman Cattle Company. We'll see those top 2 bulls back in our championship bull class. But first, we're going to move into our big boys. Here is our 2-year-old bulls. We've got 2 splits coming in first. We've got 4 entries into split number 1 of our bulls born in 2022.
Class complete in the Charolais ring. Once again, our judge, Braden Schmidt, with his comments.
Well, I think we got an outlier here on the top that you can find quite easily and run her to the top because that's where she deserves to be. I definitely think one of the better females we've seen all day. There's the way that this one ties everything together from her hip structure through that middle portion of her body all the way to her front end, and then does it in a feminine enough package with lots of character. She's good over that top, plenty of bone to go with it. I just think that one's extremely high quality. Once you get down to the next few placings, then you can start to go some different ways. The one that we bring to the second hole, I think, is one that just follows the best in terms of the overall completeness and balance. You like that one over her hip and over her top line. I think one that stands very adequately in terms of her structure and the way she gets around the ring. We move down into the next three females. I think three females that pair together fairly adequate in terms of their purpose and type. Longer, feminine, level lined is the way I'd describe the next three that come at you. The one that the young lady's leading out here today, we would like to tuck that tail head down a bit further into her back to make her more competitive, but a really good female for that young individual. The one that comes next, arguably the greenest in the class, and one that's arguably the longest in the class. I think as time goes on, time is going to be that one's friend. She's extremely feminine, fancy, up-headed. She ties high out of the top side of her shoulder into her neck junction, and we like that one for the youthfulness she has. When you analyze this heifer coming next, one that we just like to flow from her shoulder into her middle portion of her body and then into that hip junction and structure a little better. If you tidy that one up, drop that one's flank, I think she competes with any of them at the top end of the class. The two that come next are tough in terms of their structure and the way that they get around the ring and mobility. I think the one that coming at us next too is a little heavier in terms of her condition and flesh for this frame size that she has here today, and one that we just like to freshen up and maybe have her move out a little more ease when analyzing that front 1/3 of her body. When you analyze the heifer rounding out the class, one that we just like to fix in terms of her top line, maybe add more set in terms of that front shoulder and the way it hooks up into her knee, and then lengthen out that front end, and I think you'll have one that fits higher in the class. Overall, very good class. I think we had a stellar one there to start.
Thank you very much, Braden. Ladies and gentlemen, a nice round of applause for those exhibitors. They can still hear you. They're very close by. Class is led off by 2478, SVY Darlin 410M, exhibited by Surrey Inco Cattle Company of Maymont, Saskatchewan, second place to 2493. ONL Miss Sippin on the Fire, 62M, exhibited by Danes Cattle and O'Neill Livestock, Red Deer County, Alberta, add in Footprint Farms. Third place goes to 2474, Longview Vela 3M, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company, Grenfell, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 2494. Kaylee's Berkeley Bold 10M, exhibited by Kay's Cattle of Kanistino, Saskatchewan. Fifth place to 2483. JMB Malibu 401M, exhibited by JMB Charolais, Brookdale, Manitoba. Sixth place to 2473. Longview Promise 5M, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company, Grenfell, and Grace Waitis. Seventh place, 2486. W2 Miss 17M, exhibited by W2 Farms of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. In the Charolais ring, class complete. Andy with her comments.
Really nice class of senior heifer calves over on the Charolais show. I think we have a pair here that you can go either way with. We decided to go with the one that we like the head and neck a little bit more on. I think this female is really complete. She's big hipped. She gets around the ring really nice. I like the center portion of her body, and I just think she ties things together really nicely for us today. The heifer next in line is one that probably caught my eye first as she came in. I really like her through her hip structure, and she's very long-bodied. You know, like I said, she's maybe not as nice through her front 1/3, but a female that's very complete and level in her lines. Moving into third is a female that probably gave us a little bit more problems for us. I think this female is very big in her frame size. She's very, very powerful and very big hipped. You get up over her and she's very wide based. I think a female that maybe just isn't doing it for us structure wise. I think she just gets a little straighter in her make, but a very powerful brood cow there. Next coming to us is a female that, you know, I like her over her top, and she's very wide when you get behind her. Maybe just not as nice in her shoulder. I'd like to smooth her out a little bit and make her a little bit more extended. Next is a heifer that's very long-bodied, and I think she's going to get really nice with time. She's maybe just not as stout, but one that gets around the ring really nicely, and I think I'd like to clean that navel up a little bit underneath her. And the two rounding out the class, you know, this one coming to us next is very long-bodied and very attractive and clean through a chest floor. You know, maybe just doesn't have that depth of rib that we're looking for. And rounding off the class, a very, very powerful female that's very big in her rib shape. She's very wide and big. She just maybe doesn't get around the ring as we'd like to see her, and I think one that you could clean the navel up on her a little bit, but a really, really competitive class.
Thanks, Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice round of applause. Our exhibitors can sure hear us yet. That class was led off by 2491 SVY Cover Girl 405M, exhibited by Blanchette Farms Limited of Edam, Saskatchewan. Second place, 2490 C2 Macy 9M, exhibited by C2 Charolais La Riviere, Manitoba, and Morgan Turner. Third place, 2496 CKE Beyonce 16M, exhibited by CK Stock Farms, Candiac, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 2498 CKE Cassidy 23M, exhibited by CK Stock Farms, Candiac, Saskatchewan. Fifth place, K's Christie 1M, exhibited by K's Cattle Company of Canistino, Saskatchewan. 2472 was sixth, Longview Kit 1M, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company, Grenville, Saskatchewan. And in seventh place, 2497, CKE Betty 2M, exhibited by CK Stock Farms, Candiac, Saskatchewan. Next class in the ring will be our senior division champion, sponsored by Wood River Charolais of McCord and Horseshoe Charolais, Kenniston, Saskatchewan.
We're going to get some comments here on split number 3 and our mature bulls, our 2-year-old bulls from Judge Lance Leachman.
Well, I do envy all of you folks for not having to be out here on this class to make this decision. I know for all 4 of these gentlemen that this is not fun. They've all got a reputation and a potential, reputation attached to these bulls. And there's already enough quality in these individuals, potentially some progeny that there's going to be some folks with very strong opinions, and rightly so, on which ones of these bulls are going to rightly match their breeding scenarios. And all 4 of these bulls are phenomenal. And I think, you're always going to hear that, and the judge trying to ease the placing for the ones that don't match up to the top. But I got to stick with what, I'm true to and the type of cattle that probably gravitate towards me. And I think if you talk about these 2 individuals, they just have that extra length of body. I think they're intermediate in terms of frame and stature. I think in terms of structural integrity, I probably prefer these 2 individuals over the next 2. And I'll try and kind of discuss them a little bit more intimately. The bull that I elected to start with, I like him in terms of his scrotal. I think he's really good in terms of his testicle size and suspension. I think he's probably as sound in this class in terms of the way that he gets out and moves, in terms of the way that he's relaxed in his knee. He's got a lot of flex to his hock. He gets out and travels and meets his track quite easily. He sets down on both sets of pasterns quite nicely. He's muscular too. You get in front of him, he's opened up in terms of his chest, but he's still laid in nice at his shoulder. And I think he's got that advantage over some other bulls, is that he's just more acceptable in the angulation to his shoulder, but he still has some crest, still has some masculinity. You get behind him, I think he's really wide and muscular too. I think he projects a lot of shape down his top. I think he comes out of his hip with a lot of shape and dimension. I just find him as being the one that really strikes me in terms of his skeleton, his balance, his structure, while still not sacrificing the commercial characteristics that we're after in terms of muscle dimension, spread of skeleton, scrotal size, and nice pigmentation. Now, I think this bull that comes second matches him by far the closest of the other options in this class. I really like him as well. I think he's got a lot of the same attributes in terms of having that extra length of body, length of hip. I love how he comes out of his quarter and stifle with that roundness and turn to his quarter. A bull that to me has still got that masculinity up front in terms of his crest. He's laid in nice at his shoulder. He toes ahead true off both ends of his skeleton. He's good in the angle to his shoulder. Just subtle differences. I don't know that he maintains maybe his strength at top quite as attractively at times. There's times where he maybe doesn't set off on his root pastern quite as softly or with as much cushion, although it's not a major deficiency or concern. I just think there's a subtle difference there between those two bulls, but I do like him a lot, again, just for the overall aesthetic value that he presents. Now, I know these gentlemen are going to be disappointed, and these are phenomenal bulls, and there's a lot of folks that are going to probably prefer to implement them in their breeding programs quicker than those two will, and that's also one of the things I'd love to have performance data try and make some of those calls and judgments in terms of what these bulls can offer us. Now, this guy, you love him in terms of his dimension of rib. He's so open and big bodied, bull through his center rib cage. He expands on the back side of his shoulder with plenty of shape to his rib cage. He's got a nice turn to his stifle and quarter. There's just times that I don't like him as much through his front third. I don't know that he's extended up front as the other bulls in front of him. I don't know that he's quite as attractive in the lay to his shoulder. I don't know that he's quite as aggressive in the way that he tracks out up front. And he's just a bit more compact in terms of his total length of body, his total length of hip, but I do love him through his mid-rib, and he does get out and travel quite well. I mean, there's no concerns in terms of flexibility. It's just more his shape and his components in terms of how they match together. Bull that comes out next here, you love his length. He's a big stature bull that's got a lot of stoutness of bone and foot underneath him. All these cattle have been really good footed. I like him for those components. He's going to transmit a lot of performance, a lot of length of body. As I read him again, I just question him in terms of true muscle dimension. When I get behind him, for as big a frame bull as he is, I just like to see more spread in his skeleton, particularly to his pins and down into his stifle and to his quarter. I like him through his mid-rib, and then up front, I maybe modify him just laying back in the angle to his shoulder ever so slightly, laying back at his knee just ever so slightly as well. But a really high-quality class, and you folks should be really I think proud of those bulls, but also equally excited to utilize any of them via AI in your breeding programs, and I'm sure that they'll take you to a level that you'll be very happy to achieve.
Well, in our Hereford side, first place in split number 1 goes to den number 2851. It's K-Cow Knockout 79K, exhibited by AAA Herefords, Murray and Bridget Andrews, K-Cow Ranch, Kaylee and Lexi Worsta. Second place goes to den number 2848, Mohican Handyman 40K, exhibited by A&L Pulled Herefords, Brooks Farms, and Mohican West. Third place in the class, entry number 2853, Haroldson's High Country 12K, exhibited by Haroldson's Pulled Herefords, AXA Farms, Harvey Duke, and Golden Oak Livestock. Fourth place in the class, entry number 2852, it's Glen Lee's DBK 155E, All Rise 21K, exhibited by Warnacutta Landing Cattle and Glen Lee's Farms. We'll see those top two back in our champion senior bull calf or bull class. We're going to move into split number 2 in our Hereford ring. We've got 4 entries, but as we continue there, I think it looks like they've got a champion class over in our Charolais ring.
Well, on the Charolais side of things, this senior heifer calf drive is extremely deep in quality. I think we get 8 heifers out here. That brings us a pretty uniform set of 8 very complete heifers. We talked these heifers in class. We won't go through all of them again, but I think there's lots on the top side of those 4 first places that hit you with quality. A lot of femininity, character, enough pounds and performance to go with those other dimensions of what a female needs here. And saying that, I think we're going to stick with the one we loved in Class 3. Young man, you'll be the champion in the senior division, and we're going to use the ladies' heifer out of the first class to be reserved. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause on a great senior division.
I apologize for the delay. Our champion then is 2491 SVY Cover Girl 405M, exhibited by Blanchette Ranch, Edam, Saskatchewan. And
Stop talking for a minute. Yes, just they're doing a commercial. They need 20 seconds.
once again, I apologize for delay. Our champion is 2478 SVY Darlin 410M, exhibited by Surrey Inco Cattle Company of Maymont, Saskatchewan. And our reserve is 2501 Harvey Miss Molson, exhibited by Harvey Ranching Company of Olds, Alberta, Rideau, Angus Farm, and Elders Charolais. Congratulations to our winners.
We'll get some comments here on split number 2 in our two-year-old bull class. Here is split number 2 from Judge Lance Leachman.
Well, this second class of the 2-year-old bulls is no less intimidating, but I do think it sorts out a little bit easier and more logically for me. I do like this bull that starts, and he's a big enough bull for me in terms of stature, but I think he puts his other components in terms of structure, balance, and muscle together well. You know, particularly on the stand, you really like him right here. I think he's got the masculinity enough up front. I think he's good in terms of his shoulder design, how he goes down to the ground, and the alignment of his front leg. He opens up with enough shape behind his shoulder and through his mid-body, and then comes out with a long, level hip. You get him in motion, and he really does glide quite fluidly. I think he takes a really nice long stride. He has a lot of cushion and security as he goes to the ground, so I think a really nice place to start with that individual. Bullet comes in next. You know, I think there's a lot of similarities with him. You know, he's got a lot of length of body. I think he's got some structural components that I probably prefer over a couple of the other bulls. I think he's really good in terms of his foot design and shape. I think that he's, again, nice laid in into shoulder. I think he's good in his mid-body and out of his hip. He just gets a little bit easier in his top. On the move particularly, I don't know that he has quite the same quality out of his hip and his hind leg and his tail head that the bull initiating the class does as he goes away from you. But again, a high-quality individual that it's got a lot of the fundamentals working in his favor just from the standpoint of mass performance and still putting it into a structurally good package. Bull that comes out next, he's got a lot of mass to him as well. Really big in his bone work. He's a little bit more conventional, I guess I'd say. He's a bit more abrupt as he comes into his shoulder, a little bit shorter about his neck and more abrupt in the angle to his shoulder. A bull that also maybe just runs a little bit downhill from his shoulder back into his pins. But I like his shape of dimension through his mid-rib. He's really bold and expanded in terms of his rib cage as he transitions out of his spine. He still goes away with enough base width and muscle and squareness, and obviously as he goes to the ground, there's substantial bone there as well. And then this individual that comes conclusion of the class, again, he's really good. I mean, in terms of a long-bodied bull that's designed attractively up through his front third, still has plenty of boldness and power through his mid-rib. I just guess probably questioning him from the standpoint of muscularity compared to the individuals that precede him. I just read him as coming at me a little bit narrow in his chest and going away with the same disadvantage in terms of spread to his hock and base width.
Well, congratulations to our winners in split number 2. Entry number 2855 is CCD Kingsman 3K ET, exhibited by MJT Cattle Company and Chesney DeVette. Second place goes to entry number 2854. It's GH7057 Copperstone ET 11K, exhibited by Hershey Herefords, JK Frazier, Chad Stevenson, and Scott Rasmussen. Third place, entry number 2850. It's BR Lone Star K017 ET, exhibited by Double H Cattle Company, End Run Livestock, and Braden Barber. Fourth place in that class, entry number 2849, XLP JRP Red Rock 1K, exhibited by Lone Pine Cattle Services and High Chapeau Ranch. We're going to see those top two back from our first and second split as we move into our champion and reserve champion senior bull class. We'd like to thank our sponsors in this senior bull class, A&L Polled Herefords and CNT Cattle Company, our banner sponsors for our senior bulls here in our 2-year-old show as we make our way through our National Hereford Show. As we've got a crowd gathering up here, we want to thank everybody on our Hereford side of things that have made this show possible today. We really want to thank Bonnie Thompson, our barn boss, Garth Newell and Bonnie Thompson for doing all the great marshalling back in the arena there. Shannon Brost, Carrie Henderson, and Jamie O'Shea are our ring people today, as well as our points recorders, Jade Charlton, our Saskatchewan Junior Hereford Association rep that's done all the ribbon presentation, and definitely we'd like to thank Lance Leachman, who's been our official judge, working our way through our National Hereford Show for 2024.
In the Charolais ring, class complete.
Over here on the Charolais side, it's exciting getting into some bred females, and I think we start the bred females with a very good one, very complete. I like this one from a side profile, and I like when you get in behind her and see how structurally correct she is. Smooth jointed, gets around and moves just adequate. Is this heifer lazy, or is she a little restricted off the front end? You need to sort that one out and where you prioritize that, but we still go with that one for her rib shape, completeness, good topped. And the one that we go into second with, I think, follows her with the most similarities. I do think the one in second for her size is carrying a little more condition, but this one's very good and very complete. You can see that she has an adequate udder coming under her, maybe a little nicer teated size than the heifer that we have in third, but one that's very good, very dense looking, one that we like a lot, and gets out and moves for how dense she is and good muscled. The heifer that comes in third will give you a little more trouble if you don't lean towards performance. At home, we don't have the biggest cows and the highest performing cows. If you do have those at home, you're going to gravitate to this one probably. This one has a ton of capacity in terms of that center portion of her body. She's very, very large in frame size, but you can't fault her for that, because if that's what you need in your program, then she's going to add that. Just one that's maybe a little bit too much, a little overwhelming for us for what we need here today. Moving down the line, we get a female that's a little flatter in terms of her muscle pattern, rib shape to deal with the ones ahead of her. One that we could just make a little more feminine term too in terms of that front portion of her body, but one that's getting around fine in terms of her stride. But I think you would like to flatten that one out in terms of her joints and bone work. Moving down the line, another female that's a little more frame for our liking, one that runs downhill in terms of that hip structure into that shoulder. Enough femininity up and through that front 1/3. You do have to admire her for that, but one we just want to level out that top and maybe bring her down in size. The heifer that rounds out the class maybe just doesn't have that overall balance and completeness and doesn't tie the portions of her front end, middle, and rear end together like the ones do ahead of her. But overall, very good class of bred females.
Thank you, Braden. Once again, let's have a nice round of applause for our Charolais exhibitors just left the ring. Class was led off by 2516 TR Miss Outsider 3765L, exhibited by Surrey Inco Cattle Company, Maymont, Saskatchewan, Jackson Corner, and Tyler Nostad. Second place, 2514 JWX Glitter 9971L, exhibited by Wilgenbush Charolais, Hallbright, Saskatchewan. Third place to 2512 JKC Miss Outrageous 55L, brought to us today by Stacy Farms of Lansdowne, Ontario. Fourth place to 2513 J&J Angelina 391L, exhibited by Justamere Ranch, Dauphin, Manitoba, and Fox 5 Genetics. Fifth place to 2506 Rosso Miss Roxy 7L, exhibited by Rosso Charolais, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, and 2507 was sixth BDT Karma 55L, exhibited by Temple Farms of Carrot River, Saskatchewan. Mark, over to you.
Well, it looks like we do have some comments here as we look to Judge Lance Leachman for comments in our senior 2-year-old bull champion class.
Well, again, I'll just kind of describe or summarize and by myself more time. It gets challenging out here because it's tough to separate the two from the first class. So what do you do with this guy here? These two are really similar, and these two guys are similar to another, but very different styles that came from the two classes. So you have to just think about what the priorities are and what you want to do. The bull that won the first class, again, I liked him in terms of his structure. There's going to be some, is he big enough? Is he going to have enough mass? I think he's got enough mass. Whether you think he's needs to be bigger, that's up to you. I think, for us, we're not all about huge frame, big body, or big cattle, but if they're built well, they've got the muscle and pieces like he does that just fundamentally are important. I think that gives them the flexibility to go different directions. Would maybe clean him up, tighten him up in his sheath. That's one thing. In that particular class, though, there were some other individuals that could have had the same adjustment made to them, but do like his squareness, like his testicle, like how he gets out in motion. This guy, second in that first class, is really similar. I mean, like his length of body, they're very similar in terms of their hip design. He's a guy that, to me, gets out and moves quite well as well. I don't think he's quite as fluid, but he's very close to that and has a neat look up through his front third. Now this guy, he's going to be polarizing because he's such a big, high-performing bull. It's got a lot of bone, a lot of length. In terms of his aesthetics, is he just the most enticing in terms of his balance and just how his structure is put together? No, I don't think he is, but I think he's really good still. I think he's got a lot of length. You get behind his shoulder, could he project a little bit more squareness and width there? Potentially. Could he come down from his hock to the ground with a little more width and squareness? Potentially. But just fundamentally, if you want to pump out commercial bulls that have performance, a lot of weight per day of age potentially, and still have the durability, the muscle and balance to go along with it, fundamentally he's really good and tracks out quite well. And same can be said for the bull that came out of this second class. Again, he's a really long bodied, really square down his top, has a neat look to him as well. So, I think again, you have to try and just come down to what is truest and most sensible for me. I really couldn't go wrong with any of these individuals. I think they're very strong, very excited to see how they have an impact on our breed and what they can contribute in terms of the components they offer, just like the bulls that didn't make it back out here could. So just again, really be proud of each of these individuals regardless of what I end up doing with them, because I think they've got a lot of merit, and very excited to see what they do for propelling the Hereford breed forward. And really would be glad for all of you folks to approach these individuals, see what opportunities there might be to inject this germplasm into your herds, because I think all these individuals certainly warrant that.
Well, let's put our hands together as Lance goes out there. We want to thank our sponsors, A&L Pulled Herefords and C&T Cattle Company, our sponsors here of our Senior Bowl for the National Classic here for 2024 at Canadian Western Agribition. Well, our champion is going to come out of split number 2. Congratulations to MJT Cattle Company with entry number 2855, CCD Kingsman 3K. ET is our champion senior bull. Our reserve champion is going to come out of our first split, entry number 2851. It's K-Cow Knockout 79K, exhibited by AAA Herefords. Murray and Bridget Andrews, K-Cow Ranch, Kaylee and Lexi Worsta is going to be our reserve senior champion. That puts our final 2 pieces of the puzzle together as we move in next to our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Bull class. Our breed banners sponsored by Blair Athol Farms and Glen Lee's Farms. We'll see them next in the ring. We also want to thank, as we move towards our championship class, we want to thank our major sponsors, John Deere. We have Tara Lee LaRose and Jaden Nail, who are going to be representing John Deere in our presentation. Great to have John Deere as a heritage sponsor here as part of Canadian Western Agribition. The Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, Levi Hall, a director, will be here to present banners on behalf of the Saskatchewan SCA, Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, as well as MMP. Mackenzie Gordon is on site here to present on behalf of MMP. MMP, your accounting agriculture specialist with deep roots in our industry. They're proud to partner and meet you at the MMP Breed Champion bars following the show. So as we move into our champion classes, the MMP bar will go with our champion bull as they make their way back to the barns. So great to have our sponsors here, MMP, SCA, John Deere, and our breed banner sponsors, Blair Athol Farms and Glen Lee Farms. We are 1 class away from our Grand Champion Bull class here as part of our 2024 National Hereford Show.
In the Charolais ring, class complete. Once again, our judges with their remarks.
certainly a challenging class for us here. And, you know, there wasn't one that really we gravitated towards. We really had to talk through it and decide which one we wanted to go with. We decided to use the powerhouse of the class. I think a female that's very overwhelming in terms of rib shape and width, one that's just really, really powerfully made. I think she's pushing the envelope here on condition. And, you know, as she gets out and goes, I do think she's, struggling to hit that mark perfectly. But a female that, you know, it just came down to if we were at our place, what one would we want to use and move forward with, and I think that was this one. And I think you can breed this female to a lot of bulls, and I think she will outbreed herself. Next in line, we have a female that, we've talked, is she too small for us? I think she, is a tick on the smaller side in terms of frame size compared to some of the other females in here. I don't think she's too small. I think she just looks small in this class. I think when we're talking about, skeletal design, this female is very correct. I think she's probably the nicest over her top, and she's the strongest top. One that just, is pretty fault-free. She's very good looking, has that nice sweep to the center portion of her body, but maybe just gets a little outpowered by the females that are in this specific class today. Moving down to the three next heifers, is kind of getting nitpicky for us. I really like the female in fourth, but I just not sure she has that structural integrity that we're looking for. The female we went with next was one that I just think gets around the ring nice. She's really nice over her top, and I like the underline to her. Carrying a little bit more chest for us, I think clean her up in her chest floor a little bit. Next heifer, like I said, I really like this heifer standing still, but she is uncomfortable. I think just, really nice and smooth and balanced and smooth shouldered, just uncomfortable. Rounding out the class, a female that just is big and extreme in terms of frame size. She's very wide and big rib, just gets a little elevated in that tail head. Like to clean her up a little bit under her navel, but overall a really competitive class there.
Thank you, Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'll ask for a nice round of applause for those exhibitors that just left the ring. Strong group. 25-17 led off the group. JWX Lady Rain 8102L, exhibited by Glen Gable Angus, Regina, Saskatchewan, and Wilgenbush Charolais. Second place to 2511 SVY Starstruck 338L, exhibited by Blanchette Ranch Limited of Edam, Saskatchewan. Third place, 2509. Elders Design 3157L, exhibited by Elders Charolais, Coronach, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 2510. KR Harper 322L, exhibited by KR Land and Cattle of Wasatna, Alberta. And fifth place, 2515. MVY Pam, exhibited by Rolling Acres Charolais, Mulmer, Ontario. And sixth place to 2508, HKS Miss Louis 43L, exhibited by How Cooley Charolais, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. We'll now go into our Grand and Reserve Champion Yearling class, sponsored by Creek's Edge of Yellow Creek, Saskatchewan, and Brimner Cattle Company of Saskatchewan as well.
Well, over in our Hereford ring, we have brought back in our 10 champion bulls. We've got 6 outstanding calves. We've got 2 outstanding yearling bulls and our champion 2-year-old bulls. And what a set of Hereford cattle that we are now going to turn the mic over to give comments on our championship class from our judge, Mr. Lance Leachman.
Okay, hopefully I get through this. First of all, I want to ask any of the international folks, any that are up in the international lounge or in our seating area here, to please stand up and be recognized if you are joining us from another country outside of Canada. Yeah, thank you very much. Welcome to Agribition. We sure appreciate you being here. Okay, secondly, if you guys would favor me in asking of you this, I want to give you guys a little bit of crowd participation. I'm always curious, and I want you guys that are here, if you are in cattle production, to categorize yourself as either a commercial producer primarily or a seed stock producer. And I would ask anybody that would consider themselves to primarily be a commercial producer to please stand up that's been able to join us here today. Okay, Okay, thank you very much. We really appreciate you folks for being here. We want to try and foster as much of that as potential. And honestly, when we came here, that's the folks that I wanted to be here. We don't try and align ourselves with many other purebred breeders or really think that our cattle are good enough to go to those other folks. We're predicated on commercial production, so thank you very much for being here. I said on the other side, the folks that would consider themselves seed stock producers from within this country or any other country, please stand up and be recognized as well. Any purebred breeders here? Okay, super. Thanks for your efforts. You know, this is a breed that's dear to us, one that I've been involved with my entire life, and so I did want to interject some of these things today and give some personal opinions of mine. You know, one thing I'd also like to talk about is performance standpoint. So, you know, I'm one that's a pretty big proponent of performance data. I would love to have it incorporated in the show ring setting. I think if we had genomic EPDs or EPDs on these bulls, it would make some of the decisions livelier. It would offer better conversation. I think it would help from an education standpoint. And I also think that it would be a more pragmatic approach to cattle selection for getting a more comprehensive picture of what the ability of these cattle to potentially offer would be. So I'm just throwing that out there. I think our breed in Canada in general, and this is preaching to a lot of people that are going to disagree, needs to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of making genetic progress from that standpoint. I think our industry, you know, is going to reward us for those decisions, and just something I think is very important. So I would put that out there that I think our breed can do a lot better in that regard. I think if you can make cattle that look like these individuals, have maternal merit, and also move the needle from a genetic standpoint, it's only going to increase trade opportunities with some countries that honestly have probably turned our back on us a little bit because we're not progressive enough in that regard. From a carcass standpoint, you know, you can always say, well, we've got a maternal breed. We don't want to move the needle on carcass and compromise that. I think Angus has proven that you don't need to. And if you look at the Angus progression from a marbling standpoint, they've taken the national cow herd from about 1.5% to 3% prime carcasses about 10 or 15 years ago to well over 12, 13, 14% currently. And I would attribute that to that breed, and I would also attribute that to genetic selection, because those are things that the eye can't necessarily tell, and those breeders have done an excellent job in trying to ensure that our quality is paramount in the product that we offer. And no matter what we think our role is, beef production and providing consumers that nutritious, high-quality protein source, it should be paramount to what we're after and achieving in this industry. And so I think as a Hereford breeder, we can certainly make a little bit of stride in that regard. I just don't want us to get to the point where we're far enough removed from being competitive from a quality standpoint or a yield standpoint or an end product standpoint that Angus and some other breeds can say, hey, you guys don't need to crossbreed because we're so far superior. An example of that would be in the Holstein breed in terms of milk production. They was paced everybody, and there was no sense in needing to crossbreed anymore because they clearly held the advantage. We don't need to be the best, but we need to be competitive, and I think we've got opportunity to grow in that regard. In terms of the cattle, Hereford-wise, you know, when I was a kid, I think of the things that we went through and we struggled with, and we've addressed so many of those issues. You know, the udder quality, the consistency of milk, the moderation, the efficiency of these Hereford cattle has made plenty of strides. And I think, you know, what people really need to do, both us purebred breeders and commercial breeders, is truly evaluate these different breeds and these different cattle for what they are today, not what they were 30 years ago. And if you can do that, I think honestly you might come to some different conclusions in terms of what the inclusion of these genetics in your personal operations might be from the standpoint of trying to optimize heterosis and breed complementarity. I think there's tremendous value from a proposition of purchase standpoint in these Hereford bulls. If you look at the budget that you have to put out for the elite Hereford bulls, it's still pretty darn conservative to some of the other counterpart breeds. And they put themselves in a position to benefit from that, and that's great on their part. If you consider the docility of these Hereford cattle, the structural integrity that they have to probably lend itself to longevity in production, the fact that they offer complete heterosis from a breed standpoint, and the fact that those cattle, from a commercial standpoint, I think would be awfully inexpensive from a per service cost standpoint, I would entice a lot of you to make it a really serious look at trying to incorporate the maternal components of these Hereford cattle to try and make those cow herds efficient, a little bit more input sensitive from the standpoint of resources and what the cost of those resources are, while still being able to mate those commercial cows to some terminal sires that are going to give you the end product value and the performance from a fed cattle standpoint that still seems to be relatively important and obviously generates dollars. And I think that's where our breed sits. I think that's what our opportunity is, and I hope that all of you folks can enjoy that. I think sometimes as Hereford breeders, we've been very, very, the joke is that Hereford breeders don't like to change. And I think that's pretty true in a lot of regards. I would encourage folks that aren't willing to make changes. If you don't want to move the needle on a specific trait because your customers don't ask for it, that's okay. But at the same point, how many more customers could you have or entice if you did change what you were doing? Does that open you up to new opportunities? Or does it preclude you from those opportunities and limit you to the basic customers that you experience at the current point in time? I would argue that we can make a lot of changes to open up the appeal and broaden the customer base that's willing to adapt these Hereford genetics. So those are just some things that I wanted to put out there for you folks to think about. I'm extremely happy with the lineup that's out here. I'd like to really thank Carrie. She was a lady that was kind of a role model when I was a young junior. Jamie O'Shea is a good friend of mine on the board. And then Shannon Brost has done this for a lot of years and is exceptional at her job. Also like to thank Gordy Craig, a great barn boss, a really great character for our breed, and also Bonnie Thompson for her dedication as well. Recognize the Sherry's here and just really offer you guys the fact that being at Agribition is a special opportunity. I always think about, when we got here to Agribition, when it really sunk in for me is when I would drop the trailer off. And I'd see hundreds of other trailers, and it kind of gave you solace in thinking, like, these folks go through the same shit at home that we do. They're folks that are hardworking. They're folks that, don't have all the money in the world, but they're wanting to be here to try and secure their future and have a little bit better go at the purebred industry. I also remember always getting home on the way back, and we get out of Maidstone about a mile, and they had the 1 kilometer to Maidstone. And my dad would always honk the horn because we're headed home after that long trip. And so those are memories for me, and I appreciate you folks being out here. It's a great opportunity to attend Agribition and consider yourselves fortunate if you're able to do it multiple times in your lifetime because we're never guaranteed tomorrow. So thanks very much.
Well, let's put our hands together. Thank you very much for Lance Leachman, and he goes out and finds us a champion for our National Hereford Show for 2024. Thank you very much to our sponsors, John Deere, Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, MMP, our breed banner sponsors, Blair Athol Farms, and Glenlee's Farms, our Agribition National Champion. It is going to be our 2-year-old bull. Congratulations goes out to MJT Cattle Company. Our champion Hereford bull is going to be CCD Kingsman 3KET from MJT Cattle Company, and he's going to stay in our 2-year-old division for our reserve champion. Comes to us from AAA Herefords, Murray and Bridget Andrews, K-Cow Ranch, Kylie and Lexi Worstra with entry number 2851. It's K-Cow Knockout 79K. Our 2-year-old bulls are our champion Herefords for 2024. Congratulations. We're going to get our pictures. Again, I'd like to thank our sponsors, MMP, Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, John Deere, Blair Athol Farms, then Glenlee's Farms, our champion sponsors for our 2024 show. We're going to have some quick pictures and comments on our Charolais side, and then we are going to go into our Herdsman Award and some of our group classes.
Well, definitely an exciting moment on the Hereford ring and some great insight from Lance and definitely some data and performance points I think we should definitely consider moving forward. And I think that translates nicely on the Charolais side into the standpoint of performance and the way that we have one individual in this division that has that performance for her age and is an outlier. You can go multiple ways with when breeding. She is an outlier when analyzing the other 3. We respect her for doing that for her age. We do know she's pushing the limit on her condition and her structure. But to gain the performance that you're gonna in one cross, that's a valuable thing. The lady in the second class is gonna be the champion, followed by the second place out of that second class is gonna be reserve champion. Congratulations.
Let's have a nice round of applause for our junior champions. Our junior champion of today's show, 2517 JWX Lady Rain 8102L, exhibited by Glen Gable Angus of Regina, Saskatchewan, and Wilgenbush Charolais. Our reserve junior champion heifer, 2511 SVY Starstruck 338L, exhibited by Blanchette Ranch, Edam, Saskatchewan. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, nice round of applause for our junior champions. Our junior champion is sponsored by Creek's Edge Charolais of Yellow Creek, Saskatchewan. And our reserve junior champion sponsored by Brimner Cattle Company of Manor, Saskatchewan.
Well, over in our Hereford ring, one of the presentations that we have to make is our Herdsman Award presentation. The Herdsman Award presentation is brought to you by the Blair's Group of Company, and Blair's Performance Max Nutrition is proud to present our Herdsman Award. Performance Max Nutrition is focused on cow-calf operations across the prairies. Make sure you stop by their booth in the John Deere Sale Arena and visit with the Blair's crew about your future animal nutrition with Performa Max. We'd like to call into the ring representatives from Manchester Pulled Herefords. Manchester Pulled Herefords are our herdsmen for the 2024 National Hereford Show. Let's put our hands together, anybody that's still here, and let's congratulate Manchester Pulled Herefords on being our Herdsman Award for the 2024 show. One thing that we do have to recognize over in our Hereford show, I apologize and I missed it as we were going through our champion sponsors. Our Grand Champion Bull receives a $500 semen collection credit from Bovagen. Thank you very much to Garner and the entire team for Bovagen, your $500 sponsor, one of the many sponsors and awards that our Champion Bull will receive. Congratulations to them, and thank you very much to Bovagen, John Deere, Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, and MMP. Make sure you stop by the MMP bar in the champion stall. Head back there once they're done pictures. We're going to move in on the Hereford side of our ring to class number 26. I believe they're going to do pictures out back first, but we're going to get set up in the ring. This will be our Breeders' Herd class coming in next. So it looks like we've got 3 entries in our Breeders' Herd class. I believe we've got an entry from K-Cal Ranch, Haraldson's Pulled Herefords, and HMS Highcliffe. So we've got some results here in our Breeders' Herd. Congratulations to our champion Breeders' Herd is entry number 2861, the entry from Haraldson's Pulled Herefords. Second place in our Breeders' Herd, entry number 2858, HMS Highcliffe Farms. And third place, entry number 2862, K-Cal Ranch. Congratulations to all 3 breeders in our Breeders' Herd class. Haraldson's Pulled Herefords, HMS Highcliffe, and K-Cal Ranch. Over on the Hereford side, we're going to move next to our Get a Sire class once we're done pictures. But it looks like on our Charolais side, we've got some comments from our judge.
On the Charolais side here, we have a tough trio to sort, and I think that we can start at the top of this one and give this one the term uniqueness. I think this one's fresh in terms of her condition. I think once she did get out and move, she did come at a plenty flexible rate to us. She wanted to fight the halter there early, but when we got him to rearrange and rewalk, I think this one is plenty adequate on the move, and you can see that by that striking leg she has on the rear portion of her body, and she just ties it all together the best for us. She's plenty ladylike in terms of front 1/3. She chimes that back into a nice, strong, level top line, and I think she just carries the rest of it proportionally into that rib cage and into that rear third. A good starting point for this class. 2 and 3 is where we get a little more nitpicky. I think you could switch these females and reason why you did it, and I'd understand. But 2, the second heifer gravitated to me the hardest in terms of that hip structure. I love the depth from that hip bone down to that lower quarter. I would like to soften her up and give her a little bit more flexibility in that hock. I do think 3 has the advantage there slightly, but the way that one's setting into that underline and that udder, I think that's going to be a real nice cow for that young man down the line. 3 comes at you with lots of power, substance, bone. Look at the bone that heifer stands on. You have to admire that. I think, like I said, that one doesn't compete in the rear portion of her body. Maybe not quite as deep in that muscle patterning, and maybe not quite the quality of udder setting down. And I think that's important at this place of the game. These have got past the heifer calf checkpoint, and we need to start analyzing some different things now, and udder's one of them. I think you come down to 2 individuals that maybe just gave us a little bit of trouble in terms of structure and the way they got it around the ring. These breds are starting to get far along in calf, and they're getting lazy and heavy, and I understand that, but we still need to ask them to go with these. And that one does it with a little bit of restriction out of the front part of her body. A lot of performance and good in that heifer, but she just ended up at the bottom side of the class here today just with that immobility. And that's where we have this heifer coming out of the next hole to fault as well. We just want to see these heifers go away with a little more ease, maybe make that one a little more tidy in her udder, one with a lot of rib shape and a lot of capacity. But one that we just need a little more structure, integrity, and femininity. And the heifer we round out the class, maybe just not quite as balanced and complete. She doesn't tie those pieces together like the heifers do in front of her. But overall, nice frame size heifer with some future. Overall, a very good class. An intense trio there, and you have to decide where you want to put the priorities when you sort them to figure them out. But I like those 2 to start, and we're going to stick with them.
Thanks, Braden. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice round of applause for the heifers that just left the ring. That class was led off by 2528, EVF Lily 338L, exhibited by Harvey Ranching, Olds, Alberta. Second place to 2525, Bar SK Heather 304L, exhibited by Bar SK Cattle Company, Lloydminster, Saskatchewan. Third place to 25-24. SVY Breathtaking 315L, exhibited by Bar SK Cattle Company, Lloydminster, and Surrey Inco Cattle Company. Fourth place to 25-26. C2 Libby 17L, exhibited by C2 Charolais, La Riviere, Manitoba. Fifth place, 25-23. EMB Abigail 58L, exhibited by Stepler Farms Limited, Miami, Manitoba. And sixth place to 25-20. G Brothers Lana 23-26L, exhibited by Temple Farms of Carrot River, Saskatchewan.
Sometimes I feel alone, you know it's me and my guitar, looking up at darling stars, singing where we supposed to go now. Ruthie, little lady, tell me what you mean to me, and I'll build a house in Byron Bay, if that's exactly where you'll be. I'm coming.
Class on the Charolais ring will be our senior division champions. No, pardon me, that'll be the next split. I'm sorry, we're into split number 2.
Well, in our Get a Sire class here on the Hereford side, congratulations goes out to entry number 2876, Haroldson Pulled Herefords, our champion Get a Sire. Second place, entry number 2872, HMS Highcliffe. Third place goes to entry number 2877, K-Cow Ranch. And fourth place, entry number 2880, Parker Davis. Congratulations to Haroldson and HMS Highcliffe, our first and second in this class. We'll let everyone rearrange as we go next to class number 28, our junior Get of Sire class. This will be our last class before we declare our premier breeder and premier exhibitor. So we'll let everyone retool for class number 28, our junior Get a Sire.
Girl, I know your friends think that we're crazy. They just haven't seen love this plainly. When they ask what on earth is going on.
Well, we've got champions in our class number 28, our junior Get a Sire. Congratulations goes out to entry number 2886, Haroldson Pulled Herefords, champion junior Get a Sire. Second place, 2887, K-Cow Ranch. And third place goes to entry number 2888, Parker Davis. Well, the last thing we have to do as part of our National Hereford Show for 2024 is crown our premier breeder and premier exhibitor. Before we do that, I just want to take us through our sponsors of our Get a Sire and our Breeders' Herd. Thank you very much to the Canadian Hereford Digest, Saskatchewan Hereford Association, Wonderbar Pulled Herefords, and the Canadian Hereford Association, all of our sponsors for our Get and Breeders' Herd classes. Before we leave the ring, we're going to ask Haroldson Pulled Herefords to please make your way up. On behalf of the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, Levi Hall, our director, is here presenting our champion breeders, premier breeder and premier exhibitor for the 2024 National Show. Goes to Haroldson Pulled Herefords. Congratulations to Chad and crew. Let's put our hands together for our premier breeder. It is a two-time winner. Both our premier breeder and premier exhibitor goes to Haroldson Pulled Herefords. Congratulations to Chad and the entire crew, our premier breeder, premier exhibitor for the 2024 National Show. On behalf of the Saskatchewan Hereford Association and the Canadian Hereford Association, we'd like to thank everyone for joining us for the National Hereford Show as part of Canadian Western Agribition for 2024. We look forward to everyone being back here next year as we celebrate Agribition in 2025. Thank you guys very much. We're going to turn it over and hopefully have a great rest of your Agribition. We look forward to seeing everyone for Supreme tomorrow as we wrap up the Charolais show in our GMC Arena.
Class complete in the Charolais ring, and once again, our judge with her comments.
A tough class with some give and take here. I think depending on your preference and what you're breeding for would give you the result of your preference. And we're going to go with the long spine female that I think is, the most balanced and the best topped. A female that, I think she labors a little bit as she gets going around the ring on her front end. But on the profile, I like this heifer the best. She's big-ribbed and powerful, and that's why we're going to use her to win. The female in second, she's very up-headed and attractive. She is carrying a little bit in her chest floor. And one that as she gets out and goes, she's a little tighter in her loin and a little bit too high tail-headed for me. But one with a beautiful sweep to her belly, and I think she's going to have a nice udder on her. Moving down in line, we have a very big, very big, powerful, big bone female that's huge hipped, huge rib. One that I think is just pushing the envelope here on condition for us. I'd like to clean her up a little bit under that navel, but just structural-wise just isn't there for us today. And rounding out the class, a female that is attractive and smooth through her front end, maybe just not, getting around the ring at the ground as much as we would like today and is a little weaker in her top, but overall 4 nice individuals.
Thank you, Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice round of applause for those heifers just leaving the ring. First place to 25-27, Bar SK Heather 303L, exhibited by Blanchette Ranch of Edam, Saskatchewan. Second place to 25-18, SVY Berkeley Star 302L, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company of Grenfell, Saskatchewan, and Surrey Inco Cattle Company. Third place to 25-19, Southland Divine 8L, exhibited by Southland Cattle of Shaunavon, Saskatchewan, and fourth place to 25-21, SOS Copyright 9L, exhibited by Perfect Choice Charolais of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. The next class in the ring will be our senior division champion and reserve champions. This class will be sponsored by W2 Farms of Leroy and Beck Farms.
A very, very strong set of senior bred heifers here. The first class, like we said, there was 3 very, very good ones at the top that we struggled to, place. And like we've said many times, it all comes down to preference and what we're breeding for. And we did struggle a little bit in that second split, just finding the one that we really liked. We're going to go with the 2 from the first class to win the division.
Our winners in the senior division then will be entry number 2528, EVF Lily 338L, exhibited by Harvey Ranching Company of Olds, Alberta. And second place will be 2525, Bar SK Heather 304L, exhibited by Bar SK Cattle Company of Lloydminster, Alberta. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in a nice round of applause for our senior champion effort. Once again, thank you very much to the folks at W2 Farms of Leroy and Beck Farms for sponsoring our championship banners.
Well, we have a competitive class of cows here, and I think that is because we don't have a real tremendous cow. This cow in first is good, and there's no doubt about it. She patterns well. She's nice to look at from the side profile. Her udder's adequate. I think one that you're just drawn to in terms of her silhouette and her overall balance. She sets down on a nice flexible leg. I think where it changes the game is when you look at the other 50% of the equation in this class, and that's where you have to take this pair in first because of this heifer calf. I think this calf is striking. I think she has enough base width to go with that silhouette and how extreme looking she is. And then she's wide enough over her top, and she gives you enough throughout her whole portion of her body. And if you look at a percent of weaning weight on this cow, that is very impressive. And those are the real world traits that we utilize and evaluate at weaning time at our operation. And I think it follows down into the cow in second. I think the cow is similar to the cow in first, extremely long spined, level lined, and just an overall complete package. And she puts an impressive bull calf out in front of her. I do think in today's age of reading seed stock catalogs and hearing this is the best bull calf crop we have every year, you better be putting some emphasis on the calves, and we're going to prioritize that, and that's why these two end up at the top of the class, for some of those reasons. When you move down into third and fourth, I think you got some more give and take. I think if this cow was milking, it would help the situation, give you a better look at that flank and the way she ties it all together. Is it practical to have this cow milking this time of year? Probably not, but it would add today. But overall, a very high capacity cow with lots of shape, lots of rib. She's got more top and with the top, and that's where we give her the advantage over the other cow. We'd like to see a little more to that cow in terms of the top side of her skeleton, widen that one out a bit. A functional enough calf, but just one that we had to put down there today in a tough class of cows. Overall, good class, like the two calves on the top pair and two cows that are similar made. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for getting these cows this far into the year.
Our senior division started out with 2530 SVY Cover Girl 232K, exhibited by Surrey Inco Cattle Company, Maymont, Saskatchewan. Second place, 2531 CRG Miss Redeemed 4K, exhibited by McCord Cattle of Canada, Ontario, and Oates Cattle. Third place, 2529 Longview Faith 1K, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company, Grenfell, Saskatchewan. And fourth place goes to 2432 KR Embellish 202K, exhibited by KR Landon Cattle Company of Wasatna, Alberta. The reserve champions were sponsored by Harcourt Charolais of Quill Lake, Saskatchewan, and Bojan Enterprises of Sylvania, Saskatchewan. And thank you very much to those two sponsors. Our class coming into the ring in the Charolais side of the show here today will be our grand champion female class of this year's show. Very pleased to have the sponsors along with us this year once again for our grand and reserve grand champion classes. The classes will receive the award sponsored by Howell Family Farm of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, and Pine Bluff Charolais of Love, Saskatchewan. Of course, our grand champions annually are awarded by the Saskatchewan the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association. Levi Hull, I see Levi around here today. MNP, Myers Norris Penny, I believe Mackenzie Gordon is in our presence to make that award. As well, we're very pleased once again to have John Deere sponsoring our famous white championship jackets. Tara Lee LaRose is here in our whereabouts somewhere, and Jaden Nail. I want to recognize them in our awards. And as well, we're very pleased this year, Bovagen will be sponsoring the Grand Champion female with a $500 IVF flush credit from Bovagen Moose Jaw. Very pleased. My good friend Garner Diebold is here with us here today representing Bovagen, and we'll be handing that out to our Grand Champion female. Once again, I urge you, after our female division of our show, we will have a very brief break in our show. at which time we'll be handing out some other awards here today. Our Herdsman Award will be will be handed out just before our championship bull class. We will be making the presentations for the recent 4-H winners, our Charolais Breeder of the Year, our Charolais Association Honor Scroll recipient, our Commercial Breeder of the Year, and our scholarship presentations for both the SCA and the CCA. And if representatives from those establishments could come forward, and we'll deal with that during a very short break. We'll have that break, we'll get some pictures taken, and then we'll go directly into our bull division of this year's show. We have our championship class, female championship class in the ring as we speak. I believe the judges wanted to make some comments. Andy, were you going to make some remarks?
Well, let's give this champion Charolais show a big round of applause. The quality is very, very impressive in this ring, from the junior heifer calf division all the way down. We just said to each other, this is a really impressive lineup. We want to thank you guys for having us out. This is kind of a bucket list moment for us. To judge a show at the Canadian Western Exhibition is a big deal for us, and we've been anticipating it coming. And a year ago, we were actually supposed to be in the ring, but we ended up welcoming our son many weeks early, and our good friend was able to step in. So to have our son here with both of our parents cheering us on, it's a really special moment for us, and we're really, humbled to be in this ring this year, and just evaluating these cattle. We run mother cows, and we have a lot of cows at home, and it all comes down to functional, practical females, and ones that look really nice in the ring are awesome, but what ones are going to go out and make awesome, productive cows for you guys? There's some really awesome ones in here, and we kind of went back and forth on a couple ones, but we're pretty confident in our decision, and thank you guys. You'll hear from us more through the bull show, and Brandon is going to go pick your champion and then reserve.
Our ground champion female of the 2024 Canadian Western Exhibition Charolais Show, entry number 2530, SVY Cover Girl 232K, exhibited by Surrey Inco Cattle Company, Maymont, Saskatchewan. And our reserve grand champion, 2528, EVF Lily 338L, exhibited by Harvey Ranching Company of Olds, Alberta. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice round of applause for our grand and reserve grand champions of this year's show. Once again, our champions are receiving the awards courtesy of the Howe Family Farm at Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, and Pine Bluff Charolais of Love, Saskatchewan. And of course, our long-term corporate sponsors, John Deere, with us today, I believe, Jaden Nail, Precision Upgrade Specialist, and Tara Lee LaRose, a Marketing Promotion Advisor. Great to have Levi Hull with the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association as well. And joining them, of course, the award sponsored by Myers, Norris, Penny, Mackenzie Gordon, Sask Manager Risk Management. And last but certainly not least, our good friend Garner Diabo, longtime friend of the Charolais business, representing Beauvigen, presenting the Grand Champion female with a $500 IVF flush credit. Congratulations to our champions. Once again, just before we have a very brief break, let's have a nice round of applause for our grand champion females as they leave the ring. Our 2024 grand champion Charolais females. Ladies and gentlemen, grab a quick refreshment, grab a bite to eat or such, and we'll just a few short minutes. We'll have our show back and running. In the meantime, you're certainly welcome to stay and watch the awards here as we make those presentations here directly.
Everybody brings their very best stock to town.
Everyone that steps into that ring is a champion.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Be
the
Supreme
Charolais
really
ring, I'll
showed-
draw your attention below me here. The president of the Saskatchewan Charolais Association, Mr. Dale Weinbender. Dale has a presentation to make to start our presentations. Go ahead, Dale, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, I'd like to thank everyone for coming out today. It's really nice to see a really big crowd here today. Congratulations to all the exhibitors on the female show, especially to Sarah Yanko and Harvey's for your Grand Reserve females. A really exciting time in the cattle industry. We're going to make a few quick presentations before we dive into the bulls. Like they mentioned, my name is Dale Weinmender. I'm the president of the Saskatchewan Charolais Association. So our first presentation, we'd like to recognize one of our past board members that retired from the board this past summer. So if Curtis Phillips would like to come up here, we'd like to thank you for your service on the board.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Scott Sunderland, and on behalf of the Saskatchewan Charolais Association, I will be presenting the Saskatchewan Charolais 4-H Youth Awards. This year, the SCA will be presenting hoodies to individuals who won Grand or Reserve Champion at their 4-H regional show with a Charolais-influenced animal. And we're going to start with Rebecca Porter, was Reserve Champion female at the Prince Albert Regional Show. Keller Eaton was Grand Champion steer at the Lloyd Expo. Kaylin Eaton was Grand Champion 2-year-old at Lloyd Expo. Matthew Howe, Grand Champion female at Moose Jaw Regional. Hayes Jones, Reserve Champion female or Reserve Champion steer at Frontier Days. Heidi Zorb was Grand Champion female at Prairie Land Junior Egg Showcase. Danica Kiefer was Reserve Champion steer at Melfort Regional. Anna Wilgosh was Grand Champion female at the Melfort Regional as well. And Christopher Beaumont was Reserve Champion heifer at the Kerrobert Regional Show. So we'll get those juniors to come down and we'll take a big picture. Another huge round of applause for the juniors, and thank you for exhibiting Charolais. Okay, they're on here, right here. Oh, okay. Oh, small. Okay. So as long, hopefully you guys got the right size. Make sure you got the right size.
You guys organize this and I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
All right, congratulations to all your junior members who exhibited Grand Champion Reserve Charolais influenced calves. It's really great to see. While they're organizing that, we're going to move into our next award. So our next one is Purebred Breeder of the Year. I have our last year's recipient up here with me, Justin and Lane Kay from Kay's Cattle, that helped me present this today. So this year we're happy to present our 2024 Breeder of the Year to Valley's End Charolais. Mark and Deb Oram and family, if you guys want to make your way up here. Yeah, it's fine there. So I'll just give you a quick bio about the Oram family. The Orams of Valley's End, previously Valley's End Ranch, have been raising purebred Charolais cattle for almost 60 years. Reg and Betty Oram coined the name Valley's End Ranch as the farm was once 1 mile from the end of the dam where the South Saskatchewan River continues in the Qu'Appelle Valley. Thanks to their support, their son Murray's passion for animals, and a dear friend and business partner, Edgar Phillip, and legacy was born. Mark and Deb Oram and family have now managed Valley's End for the past 35 years, continuously raising the bar for the Charolais breed here in Canada. They are passionate about breeding high-quality cattle, backed by elite genetics, proven performance, and dependable data. Bringing in fresh genetics from New Zealand via semen rights from Hemisphere Charolais has been a fun endeavor for Mark and Deb. Aside from cattle, the Orams also run a successful grain cattle, growing cereals, oilseeds, pulses, and specialty crops. Congratulations, Mark, Deb, and family. All right, congratulations again to our 2024 Purebred Breeder of the Year. So the next award we're going to move into is our 2024 SCA Honor Scroll recipient. And this year I'm happy to present this award to Doug and Tammy Harcourt. They'd like to make their way up here. I'll read a quick bio while we wait. Doug and Tammy Harcourt started Harcourt Charolais in 1997. Doug grew up on the same land as they farm under today. The name Quill Lake pulled Herefords, running purebred and commercial Hereford cattle along with the family grain farm. Doug and Tammy started in the Charolais breed in 1997 after seeing other local producers' bullpens be in such high demand. They started the herd by purchasing several heifers from John and Rosemary Perrott. They sold bulls throughout several sales, including Regina Bull Sale, Highway 35 Sale, SCA Bull Sale in Saskatoon, Agribition, the Align Sale, and the Sterling Collection Sale. Their two kids, Justin and Jennifer, went through the 4-H program for 12 years, and now Justin is also CWA alumni. They currently sell bulls at the Best of the Breeds Bull Sale and females at the Sterling Collection and Superstar Sales. Their goals is to utilize AI and bring current and marketable genetics for both the commercial and purebred industry. They've also believed in selecting structurally sound cattle with quality udders and calving ease performance and good dispositions. Doug has been on Saskatchewan Charolais Association Board for the past 5 years. Both Doug and Tammy believe in the direction that the Charolais breed is headed, and they are proud to be a part of it moving forward. Congratulations, Doug and Tammy.
Come on, let out a shout.
The exhibition gives the Saskatchewan Charolais Association a chance to honor some of the commercial breeders that are the reason that we're doing this show and raising these Charolais cattle. So this year our winners are Don and Dale Johnson of Johnson Farms. Don and Dale Johnson have been using Charolais bulls for the past 30 years on their Simmental, Angus, Hereford, Cross cows. Their 300 head commercial herd is all bred to Charolais bulls to calve in April each year. Replacements are purchased annually. Steers are sold in the fall and heifers are sold in March. Don and Dale have found that their Charolais shard calves, tan calves, bring a premium at the auction mart, and they like the diversity of the Charolais breed, with the ability to find quality bulls to suit every need. So with that, we'd like to thank these folks.
And making that presentation was Raymond Patchke, longtime director, current director with the SCA, longtime volunteer here at Agribition Charolais. Thanks, Ray.
All right, so the last presentation the SCA has this afternoon, we'd like to honor our 2024 scholarship recipients. So every year the SCA gives out 2 $1,000 scholarships. We're very happy we had 5 applicants this year, and I'd be very happy to call up Georgia Beck and Peyton Caldwell as our 2024 recipients.
Thanks, Dale. Every year, the Canadian Charolais Association, we hand out 3 scholarships to our youth. This year, since I've been involved in this, we had the largest number of applications. We had 13 applications come in for these 3 scholarships, so it's been very good. 13 very well represented and rounded individuals that did apply. But this year, presenting the first scholarship, which is the Dale Norheim Memorial, which is, we all knew Dale and was near and dear and loved this breed and was very instrumental in the development and was one of our pioneers that did a lot for this breed. So this year, the recipient of the Dale Norheim Memorial Scholarship is Georgia Beck. We also give out 2 $1,000 scholarships, and this year the winner, Madison Robertson and Peyton Caldwell.
And ladies and gentlemen, that was the General Manager of the Canadian Charolais Association, Mr. Craig Scott. Thank you very much, Craig. Ladies and gentlemen, that completes the presentations at this time. Like I said, I believe the pictures are completed. We'll just be a few short moments here and we'll resume with the bull division of the 2024 Canadian the Agribition Charolais show. Be with you very shortly.
Well, it's certainly the Super Bowl of Agribition. You can't really describe it. Everybody brings their very best stock to town. Well, it's certainly the Super Bowl of Agribition. You can't really describe it. Everybody brings their very best stock to town.
Everyone that steps into that ring is a champion. The Beef Supreme really showcases the best of today's beef industry.
In hopes to be the winner of the Grand.
As we resume our bull division of this year's show, our first class in the ring is complete, and once again, our judge, Braden Schmidt, with his comment.
Good way to start the bull show here, and we're going to leave these calves standing as they came in. I think you have some tough competition between 1 and 2, but I think 1 just does a few more things right that does put him up to the top of the class. I like this bull a little better from his shoulders back. I think that bull's a little more lateral off the top side of that skeleton in terms of his rib and hip dimension. Both these bulls are plenty sound enough. This bull in front has a slight frame size advantage, and you really have to like his character and masculinity up through that head, neck, and crest there. The bull in second, I think the one that has maybe a shot more in terms of the width behind, enough muscle for sure to appreciate and gravitate towards. Just as I said, don't quite like him as much from his shoulders back. He just gets a little lower there and maybe just isn't quite as cool and neat fronted in terms of his masculinity and his character out of that top end of his neck and head. Moving down into the third place bull, a good practical kind of bull. Lots of hip, lots of shape. Maybe just gets a little bit outperformed in terms of overall balance and completeness and the way he patterns throughout his whole skeleton. But I think overall, a very good way to start the bull show. Really like that calf on top. Let's give these members a round of applause and let's get this bull show going.
Thanks, Braden. Nice round of applause for our exhibitors here. Good job. Our class starts off with 2535 SVY Bloodline 439M, exhibited by Surienko Cattle Company, Maymont, Saskatchewan. Second place to 2542. SHSH Kirkland 74M, brought to us today by Sliding Hills Charolais, Kenora, Saskatchewan. And third place to 2546, near Mad Max 4M, exhibited by Near Charolais of Crossfield, Alberta. After completing our break here between the females and the bulls, I just wanted to draw your attention to some of the folks that make this show the success it is. This is representing the Saskatchewan Charolais Association this year, which is coordinated and supported by the Saskatchewan Charolais Association. That SCA board consists of Dale Weinbender, presidents, Justin Kay, first vice president, Scott Sutherland, second vice president, Jordan Moore, past president, Doug Harcourt, Nigel Oram, Raymond Paschke, Duncan Spence, Wasey McCaw, and Levi Shields. As the support of the Canadian Charolais Association, the Canadian Charolais directors are Darwin Rosso and Dennis Surienko. Sarah Hordos provides secretarial and treasurer support to the association. Always like to urge you with your trip to Agribition that you take a chance to stop by some of our commercial displays and our commercial cattle competition in association with Agribition. Make sure you realize that the Saskatchewan Charolais Association and the Canadian Charolais Association offer $500 to the exhibitor of the Grand Champion pen and $250 to the Reserve Champion pen, as well as $500 to the Grand Champion pen bred heifers and open replacement heifers. These awards are made provided that the entries are sired by a registered or recorded Charolais bull, declared at the time of entry, and visually carries strong Charolais characteristics. Prizes may be withheld if tampering is suspected or proven. Really appreciate those sponsorships here. With the resumption of our show, I'd like to once again introduce you to our judges, Braden and Andy Schmidt of Didsbury, Alberta. Braden and Andy Schmidt, along with their son Treg, currently reside at Didsbury, and Andy and Braden work alongside Andy's parents and siblings at Westway Farms. Braden also works off-farm as a beef consultant with Bullseye Feeds. Braden and Andy are very passionate about the seed stock industry and their involvement with the family operation, Westway Farms. Westway is a mixed farming operation that consists of 700 Simmental, Angus, and commercial cows, as well as a pedigreed seed operation. Their operation has a feed yard where their genetics are fed and finished annually. Westway hosts an annual bull sale every February at the farm where Simmental Sim Angus, and Angus bulls are sold. They're very excited to have the opportunity to evaluate the Charolais show at Canadian Western Exhibition, and we're really, really happy to have them with us here today.
We start this class of bull calves off with a very strong individual that grows to the top of this class quite easily for us today. He's very robust in his muscle expression and long top. I really like the crest on this bull and his hip shape. I think a really complete bull that's going to go out and do a lot of good things. Next, we have one that's maybe not as smooth jointed and as massive in his muscle expression, but I think he's adequate in terms of muscle and nice crest. He's maybe just doesn't have that explosive rib shape or as smooth as he gets out and goes. Rounding off the class, we have a long-spined individual that maybe just isn't there for us structurally. I think he's just lacking a little bit of rib shape and overall muscle expression.
Thanks, Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice round of applause for this division of bull calves. This class is led off with entry 2539, Elders Manfredi 4129M, exhibited by Elders Charolais, Coronach, Saskatchewan. Second place 2537, HKS Mahoney 36M, exhibited by Howe Cooley Charolais, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Third place to 2539, Longview Limited 78M, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company, Grenfell, Saskatchewan.
A big hello. Anyone can surely understand my deep sadness at not. A big hello. Anyone can surely understand my deep sadness at not being here in person today. Everything was otherwise planned and organized.
I just wanted to note here, we always are very careful to make sure we mention our sponsors of each of our classes. And the previous classes there went through with one group in each, and I overlooked that. Our champion bull, our champion junior bull calf and reserve junior bull calves, sponsored by Sliding Hills Charolais of Kenora, Saskatchewan, and the reserve sponsored by Elder Charolais Farms of Coronac. In the intermediate division, our intermediate bull calf champion was sponsored by How Cooley Charolais of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, and our reserve champion intermediate bull calf sponsored by Pinot Valley Charolais of Waldeck, Saskatchewan. Thank you very much to those operations for their sponsorships. Much appreciated. Braden, please go ahead.
Well, class higher numbers compared to the past ones here, and I think you're splitting hairs on these top two bulls. I think these two bulls are extremely good individuals. We go with the bigger one to lead off, and no bigger is not always best, but I think this one ties in all the pieces together the best, and I think that's why we put him in the first hole here. Is he's correct in every aspect that we look at him, right from his head back to his rear end. He's masculine and long-fronted. We like the character of his skull and the shape. He's smooth enough through that shoulder, and he boasts a lot of performance behind that shoulder. So to have one that correct in his shoulder, very admirable. Moves it back to enough center portion of rib. In terms of the way he goes, he's adequate too. So very good, correct bull for the size, and one that we like quite a bit. Moving into the second place bull, one that maybe has a little more strength in terms of his top line, a little straighter out there, and one that maybe has slightly more advantage in terms of flexibility when you ask him to go, but overall very good individual that patterns very well with our first place bull. The third place bull coming at us here, one that patterns similar to the top duo. I think he just gets a little out-horsed. One that's maybe just not as in heavy of condition or is underperforming, whatever way you want to look at it. But some admirable traits. A very good hair coat, presented nicely. One that's real fresh and goes with ease. And when I think you look down the class a little further, you can start picking these bulls, for what your operation needs. Next coming, we have one that's really robust in terms of his hip width. Maybe a little more mature in terms of his skull and neck, and then you move down into a bull that's extremely lateral in terms of his pattern in that muscle and rib shape. One that's a little more tubular, one that's a little more straight off those back hocks. We would ask that bull to free up a little easier to go out easier for us. When you round out the class, a bull that's just getting out powered here today, one that we would like to tuck his tail head into his spine a little further, and maybe ask that bull to have a little bit more on the lower portion of his skeleton to go any higher. But overall, a deep set of quantity of bulls and a very good duo on top. Thank you.
Thank you, Braden. Ladies and gentlemen, join me with a nice round of applause. Once again, a great group of bull calves leaving the ring. 2557, Elders Megatron 499M, exhibited by Elder Charolais, was first. 2541, Elders Moonshine 496M, exhibited by Elder Charolais Coronac, third place to 2568. Kay's Whistle 27M, exhibited by Kay's Cattle of Canistino, Saskatchewan, fourth place 2551. HKS Mario 22M, exhibited by How Cooley Charolais Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, fifth place at 2552. HKS Maverick 20M, exhibited by How Cooley Charolais of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, and sixth place to 2556. PCCX Mr. Worldwide 408M, exhibited by Perfect George Charolais of Weyburn, Saskatchewan.
Tell me, pretty lady, now if you don't give, did you ever really think, did you just let go. What do you want from me? Honey, I can't even breathe. Tell me if I found what you can't see, would you come back to me? Tell me now, baby, would you come
Class complete. Once again, our judge with a
tough class here at Bull Calves for us. I think it comes down to preference, and we just decided to go with the one that we thought kind of tied all of the structural integrity and muscle expression in for us. I think this bull is really nice over his top. When you get behind him, he's very wide. He's very masculine made, and I just like this bull from the ground up, and I think he gets around and goes. The bull in second, kind of a problem one for us here. I love length, and I think there's a lot of weight in this bull, and we really like the length of body he has, how massive hip he is. He definitely has good testicular development, and he's long through that front end. One that I'm just not sure with him on his back legs on those rear pasterns. Something I hope he grows out of, because that's a very good bull, but we just went with the one that we thought had a little bit more structural integrity. Next in line, we have a very compact-made bull that's big-crested and really wide-based, one that just gets a little bigger in his shoulders for us today, but certainly lots of hip shape and very big-ribbed. Next, we have a bull that's really cool-made. I think he's got a look to him that kind of stops you. He's very big-crested, and I think this bull is going to grow and turn into a really cool bull. I think, again, just maybe one that we're just not sure of structure-wise on those back legs, but you get behind him, and he's very expressive through that hind quarter. Rounding off the class, we have two bulls that maybe just aren't there for us in terms of power and substance, like those four that lead the class off. I think we can work on a little bit of structure on a few of them, and just the one that rounds the class off maybe just isn't there in terms of frame size, a little bit more of a compact bull that gets lower to the ground, but a very competitive class. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, give a nice round of applause for those bull calves that just left the ring. They can certainly hear us with no problem. That class was led off by 2561. W2 Mr. Munster 35M, exhibited by W2 Farms, Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Second place to 2580. High Bluff main event 70M, brought to us today by High Bluff Stock Farms, Inglis, Manitoba. In third place, 2559. JMB Duplicate, exhibited by JMB Charolais, Brookdale, Manitoba, and Roland Acres and Whiskey Hollow. Fourth place to entry number 2566, K's Advantage, 18M, exhibited by K's Cattle of Kanistino, Saskatchewan. Fifth place to 2562, C2 Magnitude, 38M, exhibited by C2 Charolais, La Riviere, Manitoba. Sixth place to 2558, SHSH Hyman, 16M, exhibited by Sliding Hills Charolais, Kenora, Saskatchewan. Once again, to repeat myself, we always appreciate our sponsorships here at Agribition Show, absolute lifeblood of the show, and really want to draw your attention to a few more just to make special note of them. A major one, Norheim Vermeer. Independently owned and operated, Norheim Ranching offers a range of high-quality equipment and products specifically designed for cattle producers. With key brands including Vermeer hay and forage equipment, Supreme International feed mixers, AeroQuip cattle handling equipment, and EB trailers, the product line is tailored to meet the needs of Western Canadian ranchers. With a commitment to the livestock industry and a product line that continues to grow and adapt, Norheim Ranching can be trusted as your livestock equipment specialist. As official partners of Canadian Western Agribition, GMC and Chevrolet trucks are built for the toughest rodeos and the smoothest rides. I wanted to also mention CIBC has been with us this year, sponsoring the early morning coffee and scones. Each day they provide those around the barns. Cowtown Master Feeds, provider of the Barn Boss jackets. Co-op, always there for us here at Agribition. They're the official fuel partner of Canadian Western Agribition. And the folks at CN, Agribition Supreme on Saturday is presented by the folks at CN. Very much appreciated. Farm Credit is always there for us as well. Our thanks go out to the Platinum Partner Farm Credit Canada, the only lender 100% invested in Canadian agriculture. Farm Credit Canada helps you make the most of opportunities with financing and knowledge designed for Canada's ag industry. Cost complete. Once again, our judge with his remarks.
If you gravitate to performance, you'll find this first place bull quite quickly in this class, and definitely a unique individual. He is large framed and large size for any breed at this point of the game, but he's putting it all together in a package that's good enough in terms of balance. You got to appreciate him how smooth he is for the amount of mass that he has and the weight that he would be. An intriguing bull for sure. You could ask that bull maybe just to hit his stride a little more loyally, but when you have that much rib in front of something that's supposed to move, it's not going to quite work exactly like they want it. So he does get around for what the mass and the dimension he does have. He's awesome through his crest, masculine fronted, really good individual to start. The bull in second is quite a bit different type. He's not quite as robust in terms of his rib, the way it comes off the top side of his skeleton, or his hip structure for that matter. One that's just very complete and balanced, and I think he gets himself in that hole the way he is, so consistent throughout his whole body, right back from his nose into that shoulder, and then throughout the rest of his center portion. One that's good at the ground, enough base width, overall a practical kind of bull. A good looking bull coming in the third place. One that has lots of length in terms of his front 1/3. I think for this bull to compete, we just need to get him a little more consistent in that underline to compete with the bulls ahead of him. Give him a shot more power, but one that's real practical and long, and that'll produce calves that weigh up. Moving down to round out the class, we move into a bull that's long, maybe just not as quite as explosive in terms of that muscle shape or rib design. One that is probably the poorest in terms of a testicular development for this time of year, and that's why we have him down the line. One that rounds out the class is just lacking in terms of performance today to the counterparts ahead of him. A bull that you just want to give a shot to his whole skeleton in terms of his hip structure and that lower quarter as well as his rib shape. But overall, very good class, pretty good bull to start there.
Thanks, Braden. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause. Another great group paraded before us. That class was led off by 2574, CKE Bank Draft 35M, exhibited by CK Stock Farms, Candiac, Saskatchewan. Second place to 2547, Longview Platinum 9M, brought to us today by Longview Cattle Company, Grenfell, Saskatchewan. Third place to 2550, Southland Mayfield 52M, exhibited by Southland Cattle of Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 2569, Cornerview Milwaukee 30M, exhibited by Cornerview Charolais of Clubden, Ontario. And fifth place to 2581, Charred Creek Magic Man 403M, exhibited by Charred Creek Ranch of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. A few more sponsors I wanted to make special mention of here as our next ring comes into the class. Western Producer and Canadian Cattleman Magazine are sponsors of the Beef Breed ID banners. Really appreciate those long-term sponsors here at Agribition. Master Feeds announcements for livestock shows. Master Feeds is celebrating 95 years of supplying the nutrition that produces showstoppers at beef shows across Canada. Master Feeds is a proud sponsor of Agribition and would like to congratulate all the competitors for their dedication and commitment to show excellence. Versatile wishes the best of luck to all participants. The Versatile Nemesis is the only Canadian-built tractor in the segment, designed for the toughest conditions. And last but not least, the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, SCA, is a voice of the Saskatchewan beef cattle industry through advocacy, research, and communication. Our job is to help you succeed. SCA is a proud partner of the Beef Breed Grand Champion banners. Really appreciate the folks at SCA and their involvement long-term here at Agribition.
Rush of blood to my head. I took a picture for these memories. I remembered what you said when you said you wouldn't let go of me. I don't wanna put you down this time and forget about everything and what we found. I don't wanna lose it all this time. In that photograph of us, it seemed like you were finding love to be. Closer to you than you thought, until you thought too much and let go of me. I don't wanna put you down this time and forget about everything
Placing's complete in this grouping of bulls, and our judge with their comments.
Well, this is a really, really stout class of bulls. Definitely challenged us more. I think if you're a commercial breeder and you see a group of bulls like this, it probably gets you pretty excited for next spring to be buying your Char bulls. We went with the biggest frame bull in the class that I think, just ties everything together nicely for us. You analyze him at the ground and he gets and goes out really nice. I think maybe he doesn't have as much crest as some other bulls in the class, but he's big hipped, he's long spine, and I think this bull has a lot of places to go as he matures. He's going to be a big, heavy, mature bull that's going to raise a lot of good stout calves. As we get down to 2, 3, and 4, I think you can go either way. This bull maybe isn't as overwhelming on the profile. It's not until you walk around him and you get behind him, see how stout he is, see how big hip he is. He's just massive, massive through his hind end, and he's good crested and has a lot of rib. I think he gets out and goes a little bit better than that bull in third, but one that just really hits you when you get behind him and you walk around him. Next in line is a bull that I think is really he's really big hipped, he's long spined, he's very masculine made, one that maybe just isn't as sound for us on those back legs. Like to just see him move a little more fluidly for us, but a very masculine bull with lots of power. A bull that definitely challenged us here, I think you clean that sheath up under him and he's very competitive with the top 2 bulls. He's long spined, big hipped, has tons of power and substance, just really would like to clean him up a little bit and clean him up in that chest floor as well. Next, we have a more compact bull that maybe just isn't there with frame size and overall muscle expression, but a bull that's made nice in his hip, has enough crest, and I think is going to mature nicely. Rounding off the class, we have a bull that's maybe not just there as you get him out and go, just like to fluid him up a little bit, maybe level him up over his top and just add a little bit more natural power and substance.
Thanks very much, Andy. If we can put our hands together, a nice round of applause for these exhibitors as they leave the ring as well. That group was led off by 2554, SVY 40 Creek 418M, exhibited by Surrey Inco Cattle Company, Maymont, Saskatchewan. Second place to 2578, High Bluff Marksman 21M, exhibited by High Bluff Stock Farm, Inglis, Manitoba. Third place to 2572, JWX Magnum 74M, brought to us today by Wilgenbush Charolais of Hallbright, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 2540, Elders Tequila 416M, exhibited by Elders Charolais, Coronach, Saskatchewan. Fifth place goes to 2548. Southland Fame 33M, exhibited by Southland Cattle of Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. Sixth place to 2553. HKS Morse Code 9M, exhibited by Howe Cooley Charolais of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan.
just a little bit of something, baby. I fell, believing I'd fly. Yeah, I found a reason to give you just enough of what you wanted, baby. To find you were willing to try. The hardest thing that lovers do, knowing when to win and when to lose. I won't watch you drive away. I've never been one for standing in the rain. I'll go back in and lie to myself. Pretend I'm better off with someone else. If this is love that we have both been fighting for, it's time we forgive and forget, settle the scores. Raise a white flag over everything we've known, and bury both our hearts beneath the stone. The hardest thing that lovers do, knowing when to win and when to lose. If I call you bluff and swallow my pride, beg for your forgiveness one more time, you'll come back around. You always do. They say love is blind, but so are you. This is love that we have both been fighting for. It's time we forgive and forget, settle the scores. Raise a white flag over everything we've known, and bury both our hearts beneath the stone. The hardest thing that lovers do, knowing when to win and when. Once again, our class is complete. Our judge with his remarks.
A tough trio to sort, and there's some competitive bulls coming at us here in every class, and we're going to take our time to give a fair analysis on what we seem fit for our opinion today. And the one that comes in first, I think, does it from a very complete, balanced, and flawless standpoint. I think this one is safe in terms of his structure, his build, his top line's extremely balanced and consistent to the two counterparts behind him. And I like the way he ties in that front end into that shoulder and just carries it all the way through to the back portion of his body. Adequate bone, that one's going to carry through to bull season, no problem. Getting down to 2 and 3, we have some that have some top line issues for us. We'd like to strengthen them behind their shoulders. 2 isn't quite as extreme as 3, but those are some areas we get a little harder on those bulls. The second bull in class, I would like to see him go away a little more freely in terms of his pasterns. He wants to get a little tight there on the move, but one that has some pieces, highly presented, has some hair, has some look. Would like to change the characteristics of that bull's head too a little bit, make him a little more masculine, but overall, very good individual. Moving into third hole, the one problem we had with this bull is how severely he runs downhill in terms of his hip to his shoulder blade. I think that's one area where that bull needs to be strengthened up a little bit, but overall, very practical and a harmless type of bull in terms of his overall build. Lots of shape, lots of middle. One that could progress if he can keep that spine together as he goes into the feeding period here. And then the bull that comes next, one that's a little more round in terms of his shape, one that we'd like to see reach a little further, and one that gets a little soft in terms of his pasterns. You strengthen him up there, he'll go up higher in the class. And then the bull that rounds out the class, he's got caught in a class with some good individuals in front of him, but a bull that does labor off that front 1/3 of his body when you ask him to go, and one that I think does have some ample of practicality in that rib shape and muscle, but just want to see him moving out a little better. Very good class of bulls, tough top trio.
Thanks, Braden. Let's send those exhibitors back to the barn with a nice applause. Coming first out of that class, 2573, JWX Mountaineer 162M, exhibited by Wilgenbush Charolais, Hallbright, Saskatchewan. Second place goes to 2555, SVY Succession 414M, exhibited by Surrey Inco Cattle Company, Maymont, Saskatchewan. Third place to 2549, Southland Hare Nation 32M, exhibited by Southland Cattle, Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 2565, WGD Jingle and Go 90M, exhibited by Danes Cattle and O'Neill Livestock, Red Deer, Alberta, and Wyatt Danes. Fifth place to 2575, CKE Galileo 7M, exhibited by CK Stock Farms of Candiac, Saskatchewan. Class in the ring then is our senior and reserve senior champion bull class. This class is sponsored by the folks at Kay's Cattle Company in Canistino and the folks at Wilgenbush Charolais, Hallbright, Saskatchewan. Thank you very much to those sponsors. Looks like Braden and Andy have come up with a bull calf champion.
Well, let's put our hands together. This is a really unreal set of senior bull calves. I think it's pretty evident why people want to use Charolais bulls to breed their cows. Just look at how awesome, and stout these bulls are and how massive. And this is just November. Think what they're going to look like come February and March. It's a really impressive group of bulls out here. After arguing a little bit back and forth, we're going to go with the bull from Class 3 to win this division, and reserve will be the bull from Class 2. Congrats.
Our senior bull calf champion, entry number 2574, CKE Bank Draft 35M, exhibited by CK Stock Farms, Candiac, Saskatchewan. And a reserve senior bull calf champion, 2561, W2 Mr. Munster 35M, brought to us today by W2 Stock Farms of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, let's join me, please, in a nice round of applause for our senior division bull calf champions. Once again, that championship banner sponsored by Kay's Cattle Company of Canistino, Saskatchewan, and the reserve sponsored by Wilgenbush Charolais of Hallbright, Saskatchewan. Thank you very much to those two operations. As we move into the heavyweight division bull classes towards the end of our show here today, I wanted to put a bug in your ear. We've had an outstanding group across a number of different breeders here today. This is going to make for a very interesting group classes at the end of our show here today, and I certainly invite you to watch that competition. Those folks go to a lot of work to bring those group classes out, and there should be some very qualified entries with us here today. I'm going to be acknowledging some of our volunteers at this year's show, and with us as usual, and a long-time participant here who kind of works behind the scenes. I invite you right now, if you've enjoyed the music and that we've had in the background at today's show and during the breaks, Gord, the music man here, I'd like to ask you to give us a nice round of applause for Gord for doing one hell of a good job. Thanks, Gord. Been here as long as I have, or longer. Apparently I win.
Well, a very challenging group of yearling bulls over here, and I think the more that we contemplated and waited, the more our decision came more apparent when we were analyzing the structure of this top trio, because they are tough to sort, and whatever your program needs might differ from our opinion here today. But I think that we start off the bull in first that's the most comfortably structurally. And as these bulls get bigger and need to last more than a handful of years, it's a very important component, not only in the seed stock world, but for the commercial producer. And I'm the most confident with this one, turning him into cows every year. I think he's adequate in all different aspects that we prioritize. The hip structure that he has down to that leg, I'm very confident in that bull's mobility. I like the way he comes out of his shoulder. He's smooth enough shouldered for the amount of mass he has, and he has enough character up through that front 1/3. I think you want to get picky on that bull. We'd like to tuck his chest in ever so slightly, lift that chest floor up, but a good individual that's sound on the move to start. Moving into second and third, two bulls that we found get a little uncomfortable in terms of their structure. This bull always wants to hold out that front right leg as you ask him to stand here, and that's where we fault him in that structure component. And then his back, maybe isn't quite as straight and flat as you'd like to see it behind his shoulder. But a very complete bull, robust, off that hip down to that leg. One, you have to admire the character up through that front end, but it gets caught in a very good trio, but we like him in the second hole. Moving down into third is your problem bull of the class. You look at this bull standing still, set up, and you want to use him. He just gets a little straight for us in terms of that back leg, and you want to put some more set into that knee and have him more relaxed to be more comfortable. That bull gives you the ultimate dense look. He has that ultimate character up through that front 1/3 of his body in terms of that crest and that shape. Enough center portion, and a really nice bull. We just need to ask him to have a little more set in terms of both ends of his skeleton today. Moving down the class, we have two bulls that we get a little nitpicky on the underside of their body with a little more sheath, compared to the bulls ahead of him. One bull that comes next, extremely lateral in his top. He's robust, wide-backed, but a bull that just gets outpowered in terms of that underline today. And the bulls ahead of him are more adequate for us in terms of frame size. And the two bulls that round out the class, bulls that we'd like to tie together a little better in terms of their chest back, have them more complete in that heart and flank, and maybe free them up ever so slightly when you ask them to go. But overall, extremely deep set of class. The exhibitor should be very, very happy with this set of mature bulls they exhibited here today.
Thanks, Braden. Once again, let's have a nice round of applause. An outstanding group of yearling bulls. First place goes to 2584, KR Tremor 7015L, exhibited by KR Land and Cattle Company, Wasatna, Alberta, and KFC Farms Limited. Second place, 2585, Bar SK Strikeout 310L, brought to us today by Bar SK Cattle Company, Lloydminster, Alberta. Third place goes to 2582, Longview Prosper 6L, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company, Grenfell, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 2586, Beck's Megatron 335L, exhibited by Beck Farms, Lang, Saskatchewan. Fifth place to 2587, WJS Ringmaster 34L, exhibited by Rolling Acres Charolais, Mulmer, Ontario. And sixth place to 2583, Southview Trust 222L, exhibited by Southview Farms, Courtice, Ontario. Those first two placing bulls, KR Tremor and Bar SK Strikeout, automatically become our champion and reserve champion yearling bulls. That award is sponsored by JMB Charolais, Brookdale, Manitoba, and Hopewell Charolais of Kerrobert, Saskatchewan. And a big thank you to both those operations for their sponsorships. Much appreciated.
They say it's coming any day, and we're all gone the other way. Gonna live as long as I'm alive. I said I'm gonna live as long as I'm alive.
Traveling around the world, my feet will tell me where to go. I'm not afraid to step outside, see the world for what it is now. Spending all my time with people that I barely know. You may have thought that I was lost, and all I need is room to grow. Coming home to put a flower in your hand. Thought you should know. Ain't no place I'd rather be instead.
Our judges have made their selections, and now for Andy with her comments.
I think these front two bulls are very similar in their make. They're both very powerful and stout made. We just felt more comfortable with the bull in first. I think one for how massive ribbed he is. He gets around the ring really nicely. This is a really stout bull. He is huge hipped, big crested, long spine. He's a very impressive individual, and we're confident with this one today. I think down in two, this one, he just gets a little softer hock for me, and he's maybe a little deeper in that chest floor, but very impressive over his top. He's huge crested, very masculine. Two very impressive bulls to start this class off. Down in third is one that's very long spine, and I really like this bull for how up-headed he is and how long he is through his front end. I think he just gets a little weaker in his top. He's very big ribbed. It just pulls him down a little bit and a little more elevated in his hip, but three very impressive mature bulls.
A lot of work to bring these big rascals to town. Let's show our appreciation with a nice round of applause. Coming out of this class is entry 2589, Beck's Throttle 201K, exhibited by Stepler Farms Limited of Miami, Manitoba. Second place to 2590, SVY Verified 202K, exhibited by Blanchette Ranch Limited of Edam, Saskatchewan. Third place to 2588, Rosso Young Gun 5K, exhibited by Rosso Charolais, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, and Kevin Turner. Our first and second place bulls then automatically become our champion reserve and senior reserve champion bull. Those awards sponsored by Charolais of Gull Lake, Saskatchewan, and our good friends at Arlie, Saskatchewan, McAvoy Charolais. As we're moving in the direction of our grand champion class here, I'd like to once again thank our volunteers that work so diligently to make our show happen in a timely manner. And a great deal of work has gone on there as well. First of all, our ringmen, Robbie Chomiak, Daryl Peterson, Larry Debenham, and Will Bremner. Our marshalers out back, some of these guys are our unsung heroes. Our marshalers, Duncan Spence, Jeff Trask, Jared McTavish, and Levi Shields. Of course, our show assistants, Emily Schick and Scott Sutherland. Here at the front table doing the recording and tabulating all the points, Nicole Spence and Tammy Brown. Thank you very much, ladies. Once again, I'm thanking you for a job well done. Our board of directors, and congratulations again to all our scholarship winners, our 4-H winners exhibiting Charolais characteristics. We really appreciate you all and your championships in the trenches for our great breed. Our grand champion class, very much appreciated, long-time supporters of the Agribition show. Helgi and Candace here at the Charolais banner, sponsoring the award for our grand champion bull, and the folks at Norheim Ranching once again handing out the award for our reserve grand champion bull. We have our long-time major corporate sponsors, Levi Hull. I'm sure Levi's around here yet, representing the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association. Mackenzie Gordon, Chubb Ladago with Myers Norris Penny. And of course, last but certainly not least, presenting the jackets to our championship animals, Tara Lee LaRose, Marketing Promotion Advisor with John Deere, and Jaden Nail, Precision Upgrade Specialist, and very pleased to have the sponsorship and those people here with us to represent their particular companies to have along with us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand champion class of our 2024 Agribition Charolais show. Let's give them all a great round of applause. What a great group of bulls here.
Well, let's start off by giving these Charolais breeders the big round of applause that they deserve. Andy and I are extremely grateful to be able to come out and sort this group of cattle today. We thank the breed committee, the organization, for having us out. We'd like to thank our announcer as well as the ring people that helped make the show possible for all of us. And then thanks to Agribition for allowing us to host and be here for the biggest show in Western Canada throughout the fall show season. It wouldn't be possible without the sponsorship, so shout out to them. As Andy mentioned, it's a big bucket list item for us to get a show at Agribition, and we sure take it seriously. I grew up surrounded by Charolais bulls at our place. That's the bull of choice that Dad and Grandpa had when going to select bulls every year for our program. And now I get to see it full-fledged on the other end of the spectrum in our feed yard at home as we finish cattle and get to feed a bunch of high-quality tan cattle. And in between that, or at the start of that, we have the seed stock sector here in this ring that starts all the high-quality genetics. And I truly give the Charolais Association and the breeders a round of applause for the cattle and the progress they've made in the breed, from combining and creating moderate birth and calving these options to some of the most powerful, performance-filled cattle in the seed stock and commercial industry at the end of the day. We value this bull show a great deal. Our income at home is made every February when we sell sell bulls on our operation. We're passionate about the bull business. We believe we have a very competitive group of bulls out here, especially that senior division of bulls. That was an extremely stout set of bulls and is the definition of why these Charolais bull sales are so strong every spring and why these tan calves top the market every fall. Saying that, this is the last you'll hear from us. Thank you again on behalf of Andy and I. Andy's going to go get yourself a Grand Champion, a Reserve Grand Champion Charolais bull.
Let's have a nice round for Andy and Braden Schmidt. Really appreciate your evaluation here today.
I started that story and forgot that this is a live recording, so now we can't use this song either. But she's going to hear it eventually.
Our grand champion Charolais bull of the 2024 show, 2589 Beck's Throttle 201K. Exhibited by Stepler Farms, Miami, Manitoba. And our reserve grand champion bull, 2574 CKE Bank Draft 35M, exhibited by CK Stock Farms, Candiac, Saskatchewan. Congratulations and another great round of applause for our championship class. While they're getting their picture taken for the championship class, I'd like to introduce you to Claire Littingham of Blair's Agro, Atlantic and Saskatchewan. CK Stock Farm are actually our Herdsman Award for this year. Sorry, Claire. While they're up here, Claire will proceed and present them with the Blair's Agro Herdsman Award as well. Job well done to the folks at CK Charolais. CK Stock Farm Atlantic, and congratulations. As well as our grand champion bull. Once again, I did miss Beauvigen. Garner, apologies. Garner Diabo representing Beauvigen with us, presenting the award to our grand champion bull as well. Thank you very much to the folks at Beauvigen. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a very short, very brief picture opportunities here. And then we'll proceed into our group classes, our produce of dam, our breeder's herd, our get a sire, and after which I hope we're able to announce our premier breeder, premier exhibitor. We're going to have some outstanding animals in the ring very shortly in the group classes, and I certainly once again want to invite you to stay, and very entertaining stuff. Once again, thank you very much to all of our Grand Champion Award sponsors. I just wanted to mention again, thank you to the folks at Charolais Banner, Norheim Ranching. So good to have the folks from Myers Norris Penny with us again, Chubb Ladago, Mackenzie Gordon. I've done a lot of agribitions with those folks. Levi Hull, always a pile of fun. And once again, the very coveted John Deere jacket presented today by Tara Lee LaRose and Jaden Nail. Thank you so very much to our champions. Like I said, give your leg a little stretch, but we certainly invite you to hang in. We'll have our group classes going here very, very shortly.
best thing and the worst thing happened today. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm moving
This night, I guess I'll take you home again. It's so wrong to fight. I'll keep you warm inside. I'll be the one who gives what you want to. I'll be the one who is what you won't do. I'll be your foolish kid.
guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Up to a mountain, followed a bird up there, 'cause I found me a woman who treated me unfair. And I woke to the sunrise, remembered an awful dream, on screen. Trouble finds you and worry. It sticks around until you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. And I see when it was blowing, I had to find me a hole for to climb in and live forevermore. And I heard voices calling in my delirious state, saying something out in Spanish. That's when I went insane. Trouble finds you and worry. It sticks around until you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. Well, I came back down from that mountain. I had to get me a job, working behind the counter, selling gas and soda pop. One afternoon I was bothered because those nights never end. Now they just sent me back up onto that mountain again. Trouble finds you and worry. It sticks around till you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. Trouble binds you and worry. It sticks around until you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head.
If I had a car, we drive down to the ocean. You call it Elmore, and we'd lay out in the sand. And if the sun was shining, I'd cover you with lotion. Talk about
In the Charolais show, our group classes. First class in the ring is our Class 26 Produce of Dam. Now, this class is won by entry number 2599, Elder Charolais, Coronach, Saskatchewan.
Las Mañanitas, Sweet Maria. If I had a plane, we'd fly to Costa Rica, land atop a mountain, and look down on the world. And I'd learn to speak Spanish.
sorry about being a little slow with the results. That first class, Produce of Dam. First place, of course, went to Elder Charolais. Second place went to 2604 W2 Farms, Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Third place to 2595 Hidden Lake Stock Farms, Carberry, Manitoba. And fourth to 2598 Temple Farms, Carrot River. This class and ring, just about to leave the ring, Breeders' Herd. First place to 2611 Elder Charolais, Coronac, Saskatchewan. And 2608 stood second, How Cooley Charolais, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Our final class of the group class, Get a Sire. Get a Sire class will be Elder Charolais, Coronac, Saskatchewan. Congratulations to the elders. And the last word on the 2024 show is our premier breeder, premier exhibitor. Don't leave now, Mike. It's you. Elder Charolais, Coronac, Saskatchewan, premier breeder, premier exhibitor of the 2024 Canadian Western Agribition Charolais Show. Well, for those of you remaining in the stadium here, thank you very much. Appreciate your attendance and support for the breeders who brought out an outstanding group of cattle. That's a wrap for this year. We look forward to seeing you here next year. All the best, and we'll hope to see you in Canadian Western Agribition 2025 edition. Travel safe. All the best of the festive season. We look forward to seeing you again.